Welcome to Warrior Class. And you will too, if you pass. All right. This is the Warrior Class workshop, and we're about to get right into it. We're just waiting for a couple of more people to come in, and we're going to get down to business. I'm here, B-Lay's here, Akinbobola, Master Instructor, who will be teaching the first part of the workshop, is here with us, so bear with us for just a couple of minutes as we set up the other computer where it needs to be, and we're going to get to it. All right.
That's a good question. We're going to put that right there.
Just a minute. Right here. You can bring it on that side because the thing is right there. Now, I'll bring it like in front of this if you can. And just, yeah, you can. Just shoot that up there. Are you serious? Who is calling me? All right. Testing. Well, can't test it now. I think you can. Can you all hear us? Why is this right here? Testing. 1, 2. Hold on. Good morning, Kyra Barr. Good morning, everybody out there lurking on us. Good morning. DS, good morning. Oh, you can hear us. Thank you. All right. Start stretching yourselves out. We're going to start in about 2 minutes.
I'm also, can you help me out here? Can you tell me where they can see me on this camera?
On this one?
Yeah, my feet.
Nah, I can't see your feet.
Can I?
Nah, now I could if I tilt it a little bit.
Tilt it a bit more. If I, you know what, if I do like this.
All right.
Can you make it so that they can see?
Yeah.
What you want me to?
What you're seeing now is them setting up so you can see Akinbobola's feet.
Yeah.
Can you see my feet here?
No.
So there's a hint that you're about to start doing some footwork.
Just cut off.
Just to where? Tell me where. Okay, you got it.
Right there.
Okay.
All right, excuse us for that. It froze for a minute. Some explanation. I can go about what's going on instead of giving them dead air.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Akinbobola. I'm Master Instructor here at the African Martial Arts Institute. I'm actually going to be taking this first 2 hours of this workshop today. We're going to be dealing with some footwork. So we're just dealing with some technical difficulties. Just give us 2 more minutes, get nice and stretched out, up top, down low, some squats, and we get right to it. All right? Thank you. This one steady? All right, family.
I mean, even that's recorded because I'm seeing it live.
Okay, good. All right, family. I'm looking forward to this. We're about to get going. So today, we're dealing with basics, the real basics. I'm going to drive home some principles that will allow you to use your footwork to really deliver good technique. All right. I want to give you an overview of how we use this footwork in African martial arts. So you have a solid base in that. Open your mind to that type of stuff and just continue learning. We got a few more minutes here.
Hard Rocker. My DJ used to be called DJ Hard Rock. Hard Rocker, y'all, their piece. Kwame, good to see y'all. We're getting right to it, right about now.
Let me tell you a little bit of why we're doing the workshop. Okay, so we call the workshop, and this is Warrior Class episode E. I'm not supposed to name the episode. This Warrior Class episode is called Commitment to Self-Protection. Okay, so and the reason why that came about is because of my 50-year commitment to self-protection. So I've been training for 50 years. It was 50 years April 10th. And so we decided in commemoration of that to do a workshop. And we wanted to get down to the basics of self-protection. Okay. The basics of self-protection is your foundation. Movement. For us, we say footwork drives all technique. So it's learning footwork, and people say, well, I don't want to learn footwork. I want to learn how to cut somebody with a knife. Well, if you don't know how to use your feet properly, you won't know how to apply that knife properly. If you don't know how to move your feet properly, you don't know how to throw and all of those things. So you'll be doing self-defense, but we're going to get your foundation strong, and I want all of you all to commit yourself or recommit yourself. If you were training and stopped training, recommit yourself to self-protection. And when I say self, that's the big S. That's not just you. That's your loved ones. That's your people. Recommit yourself to self-protection. Okay, so make sure that you are available to protect the sick, the elderly, women, children, men who may need it. And all of us should be also training and ready to do the same. You know, if I'm out and about, two dudes want to beat me up, I hope that some of you all are prepared to help me, because, you know, right now I'm kind of old and slow and I need some help. So I need some of y'all to jump in and, you know, help me deal with those two cats. Okay. And seriously, you know,
on the street, don't be like, oh, he got it.
Don't do it.
Yeah. Please don't do that. Like, oh, he got it. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. You don't know what happened. Let me be there. I got my back hurting or something, and I'm slower than I normally would be. Please help a brother out. Okay. And I'll do the same for you as long as you're in the right. Now, you it's a brother, he women trying to fight him and they got no weapons or nothing like that. Don't be yelling at me to help you because they smacking you around. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Comrade Kwame said fighting is like any other athletic role. You have to start from the base. That's true.
Exactly.
And footwork drives all technique, even the people that don't know that about their martial arts or whatever they're doing. When you see Mike Tyson and it look like he just jumping around and knocking people out, it's his excellent footwork.
Bro, we the same age.
Really
Oh, snap, James Thompson. I know you the same age as me. Bro, we the same age. I got your back. Win, lose, or draw. There we go. Now, you got my back. We winning. We ain't losing. Ain't no draw either. We're going to win that engagement. So, yeah, we can do it together, all of us.
Hit the like button, let people know, share this thread, let folks know that we are live and we're not at our usual time, just in case they didn't catch us last week. And we will be here till 3 p.m. So let your folks know. Let's get it done. Let's get it cracking.
All right, y'all. We're about to get into it right now. I'm going to give it over to Akinbobola, our master instructor. Thank you.
Peace, everyone. How you all feeling? All right. Glad to be here. Like I said before, we're about to get into this footwork. Baba just mentioned footwork drives all technique. Footwork drives
All technique.
Footwork drives
All technique.
Okay, but why is that? So we got to deal with that first. To answer that, we look to African spirituality. In particular, Ori. Ori is actually the next to the creator, the most powerful thing for a human being. There are 3 levels of Ori. This is in African spirituality, and we're going to be dealing with the feet. Ipori is a level of Ori that is in the toe. So what that means is Ipori is your connection to your higher self in the spiritual realm. It's your link to the creator. It's your link to Ashe, your power. So with that, the direction and placement of your toe and your feet deals with you connecting with your power. That's why footwork drives all technique on a simple level. So what we're going to do is, give us a second. What we're gonna
I
do,
forgot. Oh, snap. I forgot. Mine is touchscreen.
Thank you, Baba.
How do I make this bigger again now? Y'all know me with technology. How do I
Trying to get
explain
a
it?
clear picture for y'all.
Yeah. My student Kunle set me up. He said, it's probably just your camera. I go to do that, and then my job's because it's a touchscreen. Well, it's gotta do.
So how we're going to begin is, like we said, from the root, from the base. We're going to start first with just a basic stance. Well, first of all, for those that don't know me, you can probably hear by my accent, I'm not from Atlanta. I'm from the UK, I'm from London. So I do say a few words differently. If I say something that may be confusing, I'll say it in my version of an American accent so that you guys can try to understand. So I'm going to start with a basic stance, or as you guys would say, stance. All right? That's how we're going to do it. All right. So this is how we get into a basic stance. All right. We're going to start with our feet shoulder width apart. Well, actually, we're going to face this way with our feet shoulder width apart, shoulders square. And all we're going to do is we're going to turn our feet 45 degrees to the right, like this. All right. From here, we're going to raise our back foot. We're going to square our shoulders. All right. So from here, we're going to put a slight bend in our front knee, slight bend in our back knee, slight bend in our waist forward. All right. With our hands, we're going to bring our hands up, our front hand. And by the way, this is for somebody who's a righty, somebody who's right hand dominant. We always, our fighting stance is our strong side forward. So hands up, bring your right hand forward, elbow tucked to your chest here. You want to be a fist away from your chest, right? And then your rear hand, your non-dominant hand, comes to your chin, and this is tucked against your chest here, like so. All right, so one more time. We're sideways. We turn 45 degrees with both feet to our right. We square our shoulders. Slight bend in our waist, slight bend in our front knee, slight bend in our back. You wanna be comfortable and bounce around here. If you have to slightly move your feet to feel comfortable, that's fine. Bring your hands up. Your right hand or your dominant hand is forward, fist forward. All right. Elbow is one fist away from your center, and your non-dominant hand to your chest with your shoulders square. You want to make sure that your shoulders are like this. All right, you want to square your shoulders, tuck your chin.
People, we tend to want to be sideways.
All right.
Now you notice Relay's left foot's forward. He's left. So his left foot's forward, and he has the right foot raised in the back.
So if you see us next to each other, These are our fighting positions. Chin tucked. I say bounce here so that you can be relaxed. You don't want to be stiff like so, right? You want to bounce. This is a basic fighting position. We have
3 levels of ring.
There were 3 levels of there are 3 with 3 slight it's high and low and wide, very stable. All right, that's metal. Stone. Sorry, metal. That was stone. Metal. Low and narrow, malleable. That's used for grappling.
You notice his knees aren't touching the ground, they're close.
Not touching the ground. My hands are in the same position, chin tucked.
This is good. Work that for strengthen your
Yes,
hips
indeed.
and your core, okay?
Yes, indeed.
Baba can stand like that for at least 2 hours.
2 hours.
That's right.
The last time I'm out of shape now, so it was like 7 hours.
Oh, my fault.
You know,
But
it
y'all-
seemed like 2 hours because it was so easy.
Y'all should be able to do it for at least 30 minutes.
At least 30 minutes. Just be down and then just watch TV,
That's it.
chill.
It's simple.
You know, now see, he was making a joke, but if they get down here with me,
Oh yeah, he
I
was really
guarantee
he
you.
went out last week.
I guarantee you, I'm gonna be. There's a famous picture of me with one of my students who was young. I'm like this, and I'm talking to him like, "What is the problem?" He is dying. It's okay. The only reason I can do this is because I'm used to it. I've been doing it a long time.
I tried
That's
to do
all.
it for over 5 minutes, and I'm sweating. I'm breaking out. But
When I first started training with Oga Balogun 13 years ago, he would have us here in test for 45 minutes, just sitting here and switching. We'll get to that later. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. All right.
Last time I stopped because there's a celebrity.
Don't say his name.
I'm not gonna say his name. He's a well-known rapper, and his wife. I had them doing that around the mat. And she just went to vomiting for probably about an hour. I said, well, I guess I got to lighten up. Because everybody ain't built for the big.
The gentle lamb.
Gentle lamb. All right, so that's our basic fighting stance. All right, nice and comfortable. High and narrow is wood. High and narrow is wood. And what is that for? Guys, anybody?
Free movement.
Free movement. Good.
Well, you're using a knife,
Using a knife.
light weapon,
Yeah.
light tool.
Stone. Low and wide. When do we use that? Every weapon.
And for grappling,
For grappling. All right. Low and narrow. Malleable. Metal. When do we use
Brown.
that? Brown. All right. Good. Those are our stances. Now I'm going to deal with our basic steps. We have more, but I'm going to go through 7 steps today and just show you how we use those to drive certain very simple strikes, all right, or techniques. Okay, we're gonna start with our first basic step. Can they see my feet? Yeah. Right here. Okay, perfect. We're gonna start in that fighting position that we talked about. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Good. Okay, good. We're gonna do an arrow step. Show you this angle, so you see it's not 10 inches, say, and then 2, right? So it's 6 inches, 6 inches. Perfect. So we'll come back again. Good. Right, this is what this is for. I want you to step with us, get in the fighting position, bounce, feel nice and comfortable. Move your front foot 6 inches, back foot 6 inches. Ready. Step. It's an arrow step. Step. Look forward, don't look to the ground. Good. Step. Good. All right, relax. Next step, and we're gonna add these two together. Yeah, Bob. Make sure with all of these steps, when you're stepping, you see my front foot is at that 45 degrees that we did when we turned in like this, right? This leg is bent. When I step, I don't want to turn my foot forward. I want to keep my foot at that 45 degrees. There's a reason for that. Can you come in the fighting position for me, B-leg? Right side forward. All right. Can they see me? All right, good. I step to him with this arrow step. Boom. This 45-degree angle means I lock up his leg. Right? I can do leg press from here and other things which we'll get into later. I don't want my leg to be open here because he can do the same to me. All right? It opens up my lines. I don't want that. I want to close this line off with this 45 degrees. So keep that in mind.
Something you might have to work on if you got, you slew-footed like me, pitching toes.
Indeed. So we're in our step. With a circle step, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my back leg and I'm going to draw a semicircle, not a very large one, but a tight semicircle where I switch my hips and I bring my back foot to the front. So if I'm right-sided forward, I take my back foot, I switch my hips by moving my left foot forward in a semicircle, and now my back foot, which was my left, becomes my front. I'm now in that same fighting hand position on the other side. So now my left hand is forward, elbow a fist away from my center, and my right fist by my chin. All right. Same thing. I want that 45-degree angle with my foot here turned in with my foot. That's a circle step. Come back to that fighting position, right side forward. I'm going to do a tight semicircle step. That's a circle step. Step. Good. Come back.
Combatively, you want to be facing forward and not sideways if you were to get stabbed or to be shot. If you're sideways, then you can damage a lot of organs, even stabbed or shot. You can go straight through it. If you're this way, you have less chances of hurting more than one organ. If you, hopefully none of us are in that type of situation, but that's one of the reasons why you want to be forward combative.
What Bile's talking about is squaring those shoulders, right? So even when we do our circle step here, my shoulders still stay square. I don't circle step and give up my side here, because yes, if we were dealing with a sword here or a long sharp object, it would go through and pierce my lungs and my heart through here. If I'm this way, it only pierces one of those organs, right? It's safer. All right, circle step once again. We're gonna get to our fighting position. Circle step, tight circle, ready, step. Step. Good. All right, now we're gonna add those two together. We're gonna do an arrow step and then a circle step from a fighting position, and I'm gonna add a strike to it so we can see how it drives that technique. We're gonna start off in our fighting position, and now we're gonna arrow and circle. All right, go again. Arrow, circle. Make sure that your shoulders are square the whole time and you're shifting your hands forward, right? One more time. Arrow, circle. Good. All right. We're talking about footwork. We say footwork drives all technique. So let's add a technique, something very, very simple that will show how this footwork can drive it. So first we're gonna, with that arrow step, we're gonna do a number one strike. A number one strike is just a strike coming straight down. All right, we're gonna do it with a hammer fist. So with that way that looks is I'm in that fighting position. As I do my arrow step, I'm just gonna strike down with a hammer fist. Come on in, please. Amazon. Step over a little bit so you don't see me. All right. All I'm doing is Amazon's here in this fighting position. I'm gonna arrow step, strike right down to the bridge of the nose, right here. All right, that's what I'm doing. That's a number one. That's what we're gonna do for now. All right, thank you, Amazon. Fighting position, arrow step, number one with a hammer fist. Ready? Step. All right, good. And again. Step. Good. One last time. See you all. Step. Good. Excellent. By the way, you all, just so you know, I said I'm from UK. I also, my father passed last year, actually, about to be a month from now. And he had 12 children. He gracefully passed us with a sweating gene. So this is not me like dying from COVID or anything. It's just, I naturally sweat. You can ask everybody here. We just warm up and I'm sweating. So this is
Sure.
So forgive me.
It's because he's that nervous.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking. All right. So we're going to arrow step with a hammer fist. Now we're going to do our circle step and we're going to add in a horizontal elbow. So as I do my circle step, we're going to use that hip movement, drawing that semicircle to drive this elbow. Okay? Elbow just comes up and draws that line, semicircle in the air, that hits like so. I'm going to be like, so I can see. All right. So this is what this represents. I'm coming in here. Oh, sorry. That's that number one. I drove that with that arrow step. I hit him in the bridge of his nose on the side of his face. Now from here, I'm going to do a circle step. I hit him in the side here or in the temple. Side of his neck or the temple. All right, one more time. Arrow step with that hammer fist down here. Elbow. Okay, this is driven by this. If I just came here, or not even move my hips, I can't even do this. It's very difficult to do. But here, there'd be no power in this technique. But this arrow step drives me forward with this. So it's all my weight and energy going into this hammer fist here. And now this elbow is delivered with that momentum from my step. Okay? That's what we're about to do. So.
No, Mommy said relay no sound. So make sure.
So what's happening? I was going to say something. When this freezes, the mic cuts off.
Oh, the mic cuts off.
Yeah, because it's connected to the computer. Okay. So every time it freezes, what we just do is just show what we just did over there, but it won't have any sound to it. So this comes back on.
Okay, so all right. Well, now they know. Now I know. Thank you.
So we have it set on now. We should be real. It's a little delay. Okay,
That's what we get today. See,
yeah. That's just what I'm saying.
I appreciate you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on.
You got sound?
Yeah, we have sound. On this so.
Okay, good. All right, you all. I apologize about the technical difficulties. Hopefully, it'll be better from here on out. All right, this is where we got to. We're doing an arrow step with a downward hammer. All right, a circle step with a horizontal elbow. For those, let's say you've never trained in any kind of martial art before, and you're thinking, what's this hammer fist? Where should my elbow be? What's this elbow about? You can do this with any strikes, right? There's a principle that we have, which is the win has one name. It means that you can replace it with any strikes. I'm dealing with the footwork here. So let's say you were here and you wanted to do the same thing, but with a slap like this, or a claw to the face.
Talk about those palm strikes.
It's the same thing. Now, when I do the circle step, I just want to slap the taste out of his mouth. It's the same thing. I want to do a Will Smith when I come around here. Boom. It's the same thing, right? Well, that's better than Will Smith.
If Will Smith better smack Chris like that, that'd be hilarious.
Right. So it's the same thing. Whatever strike you want to do, however you feel good, arrow step, circle step, deliver strikes with it. The key is that footwork driving your technique, so don't slap and then step. It's all at the same time. Boom. All right, let that footwork drive that technique. Are we ready? Arrow step, circle step. Good. Let it drive it now. Arrow step, circle step. Good. Arrow step, circle step. Arrow step, circle step. Good. A few more here at home. Keep going with us. Arrow step. Good. Circle step. Good. That's right. That. Arrow step. Good. Circle step. Nice. Like it. Arrow step. Let's get it. Circle step. Nice and heavy. Arrow step. Good. Circle step. Good. Arrow step. Circle step. Nice. Good. All right. That's our arrow. That's our circle. Next up, we are going to do male and female. For male, we have front male and rear male. For female, we have both two. All right, but I'm just going to deal with the principle of the male and female. For a male step, let me get a line. I'm going to decipher for you all a line.
You use the tiles in your house. You can use a ruler or something. This is just to make sure your footwork is on.
It's just a proper track. I just want something. We could use the lines of the map. I'm just not sure if you can see the map on the camera.
Thank you, Tate, for tuning in. Big Till, peace.
Anyway,
Man, Gordon, good to see you. Glad you guys are out here with us.
You can also, if you're married, you can use your spouse Have them lay on the ground. just work it like that.
This is our line. It's not super straight.
Or children, one of my children said, I have a lay down for you in a minute, and I have to show you how to do it all over. Again, work.
This is our line. Oh, perfect. There you go. Yeah, that's better. That was kind of janky, that line. All right. So when we talk about line, we're talking about the delivery of the attack, where the attack's coming from, right? There's multiple lines at different times, but for simplicity, when I'm talking about on the line, I'm saying I'm squared away with my opponent, and we're facing each other. So this line represents my opponent, and them facing me.
You're good. You're good. Excuse me, y'all.
You're welcome. Our first step is a male step. It's going to actually be a rear male step for those that know. I'm going to take my rear leg. This is the line right here. Can you come here real quick with me there? This line I'm about to show in a second could be B-leg. It could be a person. Bobby was saying his spouse. He was saying it as a joke, but also really, like, this is the line right here. This is your spouse, and I'm dealing with this line as I would anything else, right? Because that's what it represents. Thanks. This is our line right here. I'm in my fighting position. This represents my opponent. We do a rear male step. What a rear male step is, and I'm dealing specifically with the direction of the toe. We talked about ipori. We talked about our power being in our feet and our toe, particularly, right? So it's very important that your toe is going in exactly the right direction that we're talking about. If I say I'm about to do a 45-degree angle, or I'm pointing and I say the toe should be pointing in that direction, if your toes pointed the wrong way like this, for example, you're going to be jacked up. You're not going to have the same kind of power. So concentrate on your toe and its placement while we do this, okay? This is our line right here. My front foot's on the line. I'm going to take my back foot and step at a roughly 45 degrees. It could be 30, 45 degrees, just off the line. And my feet are going to be pointing in the direction that I'm stepping, okay? It looks like this. Like this. This foot is pointing in that direction. My navel is facing in that direction, but my upper body and my eyes are pointing on the line, okay? That's the male step.
On the line, your opponent. So I'm right here with him. He does a male step. He doesn't look that way. He looks at me. Everybody got that?
So I'm looking at my opponent. I'm looking at the line, but my feet are in the direction that I'm stepping. Okay? Here. That's male step. This foot is facing in the direction that I'm stepping, but my shoulders almost, my very upper body, and my eyes are looking at my opponent. Okay? My back foot's raised. We'll do that one more time, or a few more times. This is a rear male step. When I say step, you're gonna step at that degree angle, 30, 45 degrees. You're gonna be looking on that line. That's what this tool is for, okay? Your back.
Yes, make sure your head is facing this way too. Because if they tangly-eyed, they look right at their eyes going over here. So you may be tangly-eyed, still looking that way. No, make sure your head is facing that way.
No offense to any tangly eyes.
All right, when I do that rear male step, my front foot is going to end up right on that line. Boom. You see where it is? Every single time. Foot's raised. The reason being, too, is that we're going to be dealing with this later, is I want my foot, if possible, to touch my opponent. So I can get some polyrhythm going here. We'll deal with that later. But this foot's at this angle, okay? Let's go. Ready? Step. Remember, I'm looking at that line. Go again. Step. Looking at his toes. Step. Good. Step. Good. Have your toe pointing in the direction. Step. Step. Look at the line. Line over here.
Akinbobola, there's a question.
Yes, sir.
How far as when we leave, do we lead with the elbow or jab?
When we lead,
So when we step forward,
yeah.
do we lead with the elbow or jab?
It could be both. We don't, well, elbow or jab.
It's really whatever's direction.
Yeah.
If you're leading with the arrow step, like you said, then it's good to use a jab or a cross. Okay, and so a jab comes off your front, cross comes off your rear. When we get to hands, I'll deal with the difference between those and why we don't snap our punches. But if you do a male step, you're moving in this direction, but it's different. Male step, you're moving in this direction, but you're looking in this direction, your opponent's here, so you wouldn't punch over here. Now you would hammer fist or something over there. Okay, so that's going to depend, and it's up to you. If I'm moving front, I don't have to do a jab or cross. I can do the finger strikes to the eye, different things that can come. All of that's an angle H when we get to angles. That's an 8, that's an 8. I'm moving forward. My feet are moving at an 8 in an arrow step. And we'll deal with that later. So the feet actually move on one of the 15 angles. A lot of people don't see that part. They see the hands.
If you've been with us, you heard this talk before.
But it's your feet. And you'll see that in a minute.
Quick question. With that said, doing a red bell step, where do you position your hands?
Okay. You want to do it?
Not do it. Yeah. So the key is that your hands are up, right? I deal with my 10. My hands are up. My left hand is still being covered because I have to cover this side of the line. This hand is usually going to be delivering some kind of strike. So but if let's say I was just getting out of the way, I was slipping, for example. It's just up. It's covering my chin. My hands are up, right? I can deal with the strike which we're about to get into while I do it, but my hands are up. My elbows are tucked to the body. You want to add anything?
Yeah. So the reason why I'm going to ask that question is because, say if we're in a left position, then we switch, our right hand goes forward, right? So same way with the male step, when I male step, I'm here. If my hand is in the rear, this is open on this side. So like Akinbobola was saying, that's when things change a little bit because I'm striking with this hand. And so I bring this up. But the same way, if I strike with this hand when I step forward, a cross instead of a jab, right? Then this hand comes to this chin. Every strike is always both hands working. Never one. I'm not throwing a punch and this hand is out in space. I'm throwing a punch, the other one's at my chin. I'm throwing a punch, the other one's at my chin. I'm throwing a hammer, the other one's at my chin. I'm throwing a lion's mouth to the throat, the other one's at my chin. So it's always, both hands always work, always. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. We're in our fighting position. Just the step alone. Rear, male step. We've done that now, right? Step. We're looking on the line. Okay, we're ready. Here. Now we're going to add to that. From that male step position, we are going to add a female step. A female step. For a female step, what I'm doing is, if I'm doing it on my front leg, right? So let's say I'm in this position. I'm going to take a slight step with my front foot, and I'm going to bring my back leg back like so. It ends up on my tippy toes. There's a slight lean in my shoulder here. Okay. So I'm in my male step position. Female step is this. You see, I came off the line. 80% of my weight is on this front foot, maybe 20% back here. I'm on my tippy toes.
And his toes, his big toes are pretty much in line. Don't have the big toe of your rear foot at your heel. It's too far back there.
Yeah. How you doing that?
I mean, it'll be, if you bring it back to your heel, that means about 99% of your weight's on your front leg, and you're not going to be mobile.
I don't want to be too far back like this, right? I'm just here, all right? right in line, or maybe a little less.
Now, put your foot down, and now face that wall. See, he's pretty much back facing that wall, the wall in front of you.
Oh,
He's pretty much back in that position.
Yeah. Yeah. So we started off here. Let's say I do my male step. I stepped off the line, and now I do my female step. It's the same line, but just adjusted over this way some. If I put this foot down, that's what I was saying. I'm basically in line here. Okay, can they see me? Yeah. All right, good. So male step. I step at 30 to 45 degrees. My toe is in the direction of where I'm pointing. All right. Here, my back foot is now raised. My hands are up. Okay. Female step. This front foot takes a slight step, and actually it was pointing at this 30 to 45 degrees angles, and now it points inwards, almost like a fighting position, right? Regular fighting position. Here, and my back foot swings out. 80% of my weight is on this front here, shoulder leaning slightly forward, and I'm on my tippy toes on my back foot. Okay. All right. Let's do that a couple of times, then we'll add some technique to it. Strikes. All right, I'm gonna go male and female. This is footwork for 10 and 11. You ready? Male. Female. Male. Female. By the way, family, I'm glad that those who know, which is everybody here, they just went to the other side, right? They went from where they were, and they male stepped on the other side. If you want to reset, you can. Let me do that one more time, just for this camera. Do a male, rear male, female. Yeah, good. Now from that same position, stay there. Oh, okay. So from that same position, you can just do the same angle this way. No, just forward. Oh, forward. Good. And then female. Good. So you can do that to work both sides. All right. Let's do that 4 times. Ready? Male. Female. Male. Female. Male. And that male, make sure your toes are pointing in the direction of where you're stepping, right? Female. Male and female on the same side. And when I say male and female, we switch sides, right? Same side. Ready? Male. Female. Good. Bang me. A bit more pressure forward. Yep, good. Male with the back. Good. Female. Phalange. It's on the same side, that female. Male to female. All right, and last one. Male. Female. Okay. Male. Female. All right, good. All right, now we're gonna add some strikes to it. Simple strikes. Again, with any of these things, the strikes are interchangeable as long as it makes sense. Let me slow it down. I know my accent and everything. When I do this male step, I'm going to do what we call a number 10 punch, an overhand punch.
Quick question. Wayne Gordon asked, should you follow through the hammer fist as thoroughly as the elbow, or is it a shorter stroke?
Meaning like a heck?
Like, so what he's asking is, with the elbow, a lot of times you carry through, like to break through the head.
Right.
But should you go through with a number 1, and with the hammer fist, should you punch through like going down to the ground?
Absolutely. So with a number 1 particularly, so I would say this, that both are actually true. You can hack with an elbow, and you can go through with an elbow, and you can hack with a hammer fist, and you can go through with a hammer fist. But for a number 1, because we wanted to lay heavy the way that we did there, and I want to destroy his nose when I'm coming through, I want to lay heavy and come all the way through. It's not going to allow me to go through because I'm literally sitting on his on his nose and shattering that. But from here, the next thing, this is dealing with laying heavy. The next thing I do is I don't retract this, right? I hit it, lay heavy, and then my next strike comes immediately. So we deal with that by laying heavy, is what we call it, by hitting and not coming back. We're not hacking, right? That's what we would do with that hand fist. Anything you want to add to that?
Just when you practice in the air, you can stop there going forward, so you're not going all the way down. But not just so you know, with a heavier tool like a sword, we do go all the way down and come up because the momentum is going to take you that way. But when you strike, like Akinbobola said, you're here. You don't think you're just stopping right there. When you strike somebody, you're going through their head. And even if you're flowing, for those that like to flow, and think flow is just soft, that's for demos. But you go through and then come up. You go through, boom, and you go through, and then you tear his throat up. You're trying to destroy somebody who attacked you because they're trying to take your life. At least you have to think so, And I just want to make a quick point on the Will Smith thing. We joke about it, but really, it was terrible that Will did that because, and warriors know this, if somebody slaps you, could you fall and hit your head on the wall or bust your head on the ground and die?
Try to duck, slip.
Talk to me,
Get
could you?
shoes on,
Yes, sir.
break your neck. Yes, you can.
So that slap could have ended his life, Chris Rock's life. In fact, Will could have slapped, missed, fell, and killed himself. Whenever you engage in violence with the person, it can end somebody's life. So if somebody is trying to enact violence against you, you have to take that as an attack on your life. I don't care what their position is, their title, what type of uniform they wear. I don't care none of that. If Will Smith had tried to slap me, I'd have broken him to pieces. Because he could have killed me. He could have taken me from my family. Now, I ain't joking on no man's wife either. I'm not disrespecting no man or his wife. But if I say something, I like to joke, and you're offended, don't come up and try to slap me. Talk to me.
Right.
Because now, not only were you offended, you're going to end up in the hospital or in the morgue, and then one of my brothers might end up with your wife. All right, y'all go.
Last point on that, what Bob was saying about tearing through somebody. I was always taught by my local that when you're striking, let's say his nose is my target, I wanna hit the base of his spine. I want to go right through that thing. So that's how you should be thinking. If I'm punching his face, I want to punch 6 inches behind the back of his head, so I'm driving right the way through. And that means I use my intention to drive as much as possible along with this footwork. All right. So now we're going to do an overhand with that number 10. So it's the rear male step. I turn over. For that overhand, I'm not dealing too much with hands here, right? So it's more about the feet, but I want you to drive this technique with your feet. So you can either do an overhand punch if you know it. You could do an overhand palm. Or let's say you just want to do something, you can elbow, right? But what I want you to do is let your feet drive whatever strike you choose to do. So it's powerful, right? That's that overhand palm. That's that overhand punch. All right. So we're gonna do whatever you want to do as far as up top. Get elbow, overhand punch, overhand palm. Ready. Step. Go right from there.
The female step?
No.
Oh, the male.
It's male. Step. Good. Step. Good. If you're at home, do what they're doing here. That's that number 10 with the overhand with the number 10 punch. That's that number. That's that male step with the palm. Right, whichever one you want to do. Whatever strikes you know up top for now, we're not dealing with that. It's just driving with your feet. Ready, set. Make sure you cover your chin. Remember, strikes are 2 hands. You always want to cover your chin. Set. Good. Stand. Stand. All right, next up. We're in that final position. Now, let's say it was an elbow that I did with that number 10. Now I'm gonna, on the other side, because I did an elbow here, I'm gonna do an elbow on the other side with my female step. All right, here. It can also be here, hammer fist, same. All right, I just wanted to drive, and that strike drive with that footwork. It can be an elbow, or it could be overhand punch, palm, slap, elbow, hook, whatever you know, right? Up top. All right, ready? Male, female, male, female. Nice. Two more. Male, female. Nice. Last one. Male and female. Make sure you cover your chin. The other hand, okay? All right, next up, last two steps. Well, we'll do three more, but two more here real quick. We're gonna deal with a pendulum step. All right, we're gonna do a simple pendulum step here. We're gonna move our front foot forward like an arrow step almost. All right, make sure your toe is pointed to the inside. Here, it's almost like I'm doing, I don't wanna confuse it, it's a crab step for those that know, but it's like a circle step on my front foot, right here. And now I'm gonna pivot on this front foot and let it become my back foot. We're gonna go 180 degrees, all right? So my foot's still raised, okay? So I'm gonna step here, and I'm gonna pivot on my front foot and draw a circle, like so. All right, now I'm facing the other way. This is a pendulum step. Yeah, we can go sideways, okay, go sideways. He's going to step, pivot on his front foot, turn his back leg around that way, 180 degrees or more. Once again, step, pendulum. Good. All right.
You know why you look at all bad people drinking?
A little bit.
Yeah, smoke, don't drink, smoke. All right, so step, pendulum, and I'm here. You notice you turn around, you're 180, but you're on the same side. All right? When you end it. That's a pendulum step. All right. Then we're gonna pair that with a lion step. For a lion step, I'm in this fighting position. Face this way for me too, you know. So they can see. Good. I'm facing forward. My back foot's raised. His back foot's raised, all right? My foot's turned in like it normally is. For a lion step, I'm going to drop my back foot. Drop my back foot. My front foot is going to come back, and it's gonna. I'm gonna raise up to my tiptoes, like so. My back foot, my back leg is bent. So my weight, again, about 80% of my weight is on my back. Well, not even more than that. 80-90% of my weight on my back leg, and 20% or so weight on the front here. All right. If somebody's trying to cut my femoral or attack my knee here, right? This is what we do. It's that. I move that back, I disappear it. That knee's disappeared. We use that lock. We don't move backwards, generally, in the African martial arts.
Or somebody trying to punch you in the chin, do an uppercut to Akinbobola's chin.
That's a fade.
I'm glad you just mentioned that. That's the importance of being on your back, having your back foot up, because just putting it down gives you some room when that's coming, and then add it with that right there, you're out of the way.
Right. You can sink with that lion step, or it could be real quick, just to get out of the way. Right? They're both valid. There's some other bits that we do. I'm keeping it simple. We modify and things like that. But the gist is this is our backward movement. We don't move fully back, because then you're retreating, and the person who's moving forward is always stronger and faster than you retreating like this.
I have a question. What's the difference between what makes lion step not a backward move?
Because why is it not a backward movement? Because my both one foot never moves. This back foot hasn't moved at all. All I've done is replace the front foot and I move right back. All right. So that's a lion step. We're gonna add that to pendulum. So let's do a few lion steps first. We're in our fighting position.
Did y'all see Akinbobola where he looked at me after and said, "Mother effer"?
All right. So our back foot's raised. We drop our back foot. Bring our front foot back. We're on our tippy toes right here. All right. And then back. All right. Lion step. Good. Lion step. Good. Lion step. Good. Keep your hands up. Lion step, lion step. All right now.
So I can take surprises live on the camera like that.
Surprise you out of the blue. That's combat.
Always.
All right. So now we're gonna add those two together. The way that's gonna work is we do our pendulum step, boom, and then we do our lion step. All right. We're in a multiple attacker situation. I see him coming at me here, him coming at me here. I want to get the hell out of the way. Boom, I pendulum step. All of a sudden, there's a knee coming towards me. Oh, I spike.
Also, if you're in the test where somebody can punch at you, but you can't punch them back, that's a good two-step to get out of the way of those punches coming. Just
Right.
in case
I'm about to find out soon.
Ogunbaki.
All right. So we're gonna add them together, do that a few times, and then we're gonna throw a couple strikes in there too. All right. So it's pendulum, lion. Don't get easy now. Ready?
Push yourself.
Pendulum, lion. Good. Sink on that back leg. Let's go. Pendulum, lion. Sorry, camera. Two more. Pendulum, lion. Pendulum, lion. Ah.
His legs and be
All
smart.
I like to see into that camera back there.
Back and forth.
Somebody can move, like go towards the center.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, you all can come this way too. Mm-hmm. All right. So now we're gonna add a couple of strikes in there, right? Think about a situation. We're getting away with that pendulum step. We don't have to. We can strike with that back leg with that pendulum, right? We can get out of the way and be attacking on the way through. But for this one, with these strikes, you're just evading with that step here, and then something's coming at you, right? You're gonna lion step and do what we call a spike, which is an elbow down. So my hand comes to the side of my head, and I elbow down. It's that knee coming at me. I don't want to hurt. Just give me a front knee softly, right? He's attacking this, right? He's attacking this area here, my thigh, front of my thigh, common perineal area here. He's gonna do a front knee. Oh, I get torn up if I don't move. So he's here. Boom. That I replace where my thigh was with this elbow. So he's leaning into me. Boom. And then right from there, as I do this, he's from the pain, he's gonna start leaning forward. So if it's there, use it. Boom. I give him an uppercut right here. Okay? That's what we're gonna do in the air. We're literally gonna do pendulum, boom, lion with an elbow, which is like, and then uppercut. Sorry, my bad. Let's go this way. Pendulum, spike, uppercut. Okay? That's what we're gonna do. All right. When I say hit, you do the whole thing. Pendulum, lion step with an elbow, which is a spike, and then uppercut. All right? Everybody got it?
Push yourselves online.
Good. All right.
Drop your weight with that elbow.
There you go, man. That's it. Good. All right, so yes. Yes. Now, and I was working with a brother here. You can. Some people naturally, if you're back here, of course some people want to step forward to get their balance. But the whole thing about this is, it's a situation where it's instinctive. This comes here, you know he's going to drop here. So as you're coming out, boom, I'm turning out almost with my hip, boom, here, and I'm giving right here. So, but yes, I mean, let's say I come here and he's far back here. Yes, I can step with it. All right, 3 more.
Don't look at the ground when you do that swipe. Look at him.
All right, ready? Good. Think about that with that spike. You want to bend, right? So you're driving this down while he's driving that knee. He's doing a correct knee, which we'll get to in a second. He's doing a correct knee. His knee's punching, right? So it's not coming up like this. So you can't be up here. You gotta be here. You replace.
Even if he's doing that YMCA karate knee, you're coming down, just meet him with that much more force.
That's it.
So it's cool.
That's it. The whole the key is that you're dropping your weight, boom, right in here. So you don't want to be up here lazy. It's there. Give him that. All right, 2 more.
Bend your knees, not your back so much.
Baby, down with the spike. No energy. Down. It's the knee that you're going for. Do it again. Last one. There you go. Good. All right. All right, and lastly, what time we go for?
12:10.
You over there sipping coffee at y'all.
All right, cool. Last step we're gonna do is the switch step. Very simple. We're in our final position, we're on our strong side forward. All we're gonna do is simply switch 180 degrees with our feet, switch. So our feet switch and our hands switch. Switch. That's it. We'll do a couple of these, switch. Good. Switch. Good. Switch. Good. We're in wood now, we're in wood. Stone.
No, so stone, you don't just drop. That would be metal. Stone, step 1 foot forward, then drop.
Feet go wider.
Right,
Low and wide. Metal.
Now you narrow in and take.
Narrow
so don't take 1 step back. You take 1 step forward with your rear foot.
Yeah, bo.
You're constantly moving forward, never backwards.
Bringing this piece together. So we're in wood. Switch. Metal. Just dropping your knee. There you go. It's narrow, remember. Stone. Stone. Low and wide.
I'm thinking metal. So
Yeah.
Stone, your knees aren't at the ground, you're just low.
metal is the.
Okay, good. I'm glad I wrapped this up. So let's talk about this real quick. So wood, high and narrow. Stone, low and wide. Right? Heavy weapon. Metal.
Copy. Metal is what.
Yeah, round. Think about neo body with metal. Right?
Traditionally, the way we learn, nobody wants to do this. I'll be like, train in your stone position. Everybody's still staying in wood position. They're saying, damn what I'm talking about. It don't matter what the consequence is gonna be. But so if I'm here, wood, yes. Right? Wood, everybody knows that position. Stone, take 2 steps. That's traditional instead of 1. Stone, you would always be here. 2, that's, and then metal, 1, 2, and then lower yourself.
That metal, boy.
That's what it's beastly.
That's neo body though. You need it.
Right, that's the on my. So what happens with that real quick if I may? When you put your knee on body, that's metal. I gotta be able to stay here. Now, to train it, I gotta be able to stay here without putting a lot of weight on it. Because it's easy to put weight on it and just be, but to train, there's a lot of weight on you.
You actually is being the gentle way out there.
See? And that's because you got, but if you're not trained, you're gonna be all all your weight gonna be in them, you're not gonna get your training in. But on the street, if you know how to, if you have this, you can adjust how much weight you put down. So I can put more weight on it, or I can put less, depending on the situation. In class, less. Out there, all the weight I can muster. Okay?
He's in much better shape than he leaves on, y'all.
In the street, in fact, so normally in class, you got to throw them there, right? On the street, it's not. On the street, it's boom.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tear him up with everything I do.
Like if you miss it, you're gonna crack your own knee up.
Okay? So everything in class, push. On the street, push. Right? And I still didn't do what I would do on the street at 100%. You know what I mean?
Still jar my brain just a little bit.
So it allows you to do, like in the next class, I'm going to be slapping his ears without pads.
Y'all see about that? I can't stand it.
All right, so that's it for footwork. We're gonna move on into strikes, right? So what we did, remember stances, wood, high and narrow. Show it with me, high and narrow. Stone, low and wide. Heavy weapons, grappling. Metal, low and narrow. Knee on body. Think about ground, right? Okay, good. And then the 7 very basic feet footwork. Arrow step. Good. Circle step. Good. Male step. Rear male step. Good. Female step. Good. Pendulum step. Lion step. Then go switch. All right. That's our 7. This will be recorded for you, so you can come back to it. You now know our nomenclature. You know our terminology for these steps.
Why the 7 steps? I'm on zone. Ogun. What he means is every orisha is associated with a number, and Ogun's number happens to be 7. No, it's not 4. My friends who've been reading too many books and not actually studying the thing. The 7. Okay.
So, of course, there are some additional steps, but that's it for now. Next, we're going to go into strikes. I'm going to show about 5 strikes, some of our most common strikes, and then we're going to work 2 knees. We're going to work 2 knees, okay? All right. The first step, you all can do it in the air while I'm showing it and explaining it. The first kick that we're going to do, well, first of all, let me explain our philosophy on kicks and where we kick, right? We in African martial arts, we don't kick, we very, very rarely kick or knee above waist height. The reason being is that we in African martial arts always assume that our opponent is more skilled than us, faster than us, has more endurance than us, has a very well-trained friend that's coming around the corner right now, has multiple weapons at all times, and just is, he's just good looking. They just the best ever. So that's what we assume. So we always bring our A game. All right. So we don't assume that we're ever gonna come into contact with this man, and we're in a combat situation out on the street, and he just doesn't know what he's doing, or he's just gonna use his hands. He's always got a blade. He's never, right? If I kick high, but your biggest artery in your body is your femoral artery. And it runs from your groin down to your ankle on the inside of your leg, right? That artery is what we protect by not kicking and kneeing very high at any point in time. So when you see us kicking, we're kicking low, and I'm going to show those kicks now. The first kick I'm going to show is the oblique kick. So I'm in this, let's say I'm left side forward. The oblique kick, I'm going to, it's almost like a stomp. I'm stomping his leg, right, when I hit it. For now, to show you, I'm going to oblique kick to his knee. I bring my knee up, and it comes out, and then I use my heel with my foot out to stomp forward. That's an oblique kick. All right?
Bad kick. Yeah.
I'm going to use, that was to his knee, I'm going to go to his thigh now so you see, but again, we never go above the hip. In fact, it's going to be crazy to do a oblique kick up there anyway, right? So from here, I come to his thigh, like so. It's like I'm stomping. In fact, this is what we do when we stomp. When someone's on the ground and we stomp, here we stomp with the heel of our foot, almost like it's a roach, like you're stomping out a roach. You don't do that with your toe. It's with your heel, okay?
Also, if you've seen Bob show this before, an excellent time that you would apply this oblique kick is when you take a person you might be grappling, you get them off balance for a second. As soon as you get them off, you're close. As soon as you're off close, you apply the oblique kick, take them right off.
Boom, that's oblique kick. All right, see how I'm stepping through. Okay, round kick. Round kick is, you can do it off your front and your rear. It's just about how you step. You're doing like almost like a circle step with your leg, where I'm pivoting on that front foot, and I'm coming downwards with my leg. Again, in some arts they'll come to the head with these round kicks and things like that. We don't do that. We're coming low, typically lower than the hip. I'm gonna come to his leg for now. So
not saying that all people kick are assholes.
Yes, not saying that. Yeah, just to clarify. And then so from here, I'm going to turn here. That's our round kick. You see, I close. We don't do any of this type action. I'm closing, right? My toes are not pointed out like this. Generally, we're hooking like this when we round kick, and we're hitting right here, right? Here, as that hits, he's open. Okay, that's our round kick. Okay, teep kick, teep. All right, that's like a push kick. All right, for this one, my toes are curled back, and I'm hitting with here, the ball of my foot. From here, it's a kick. Now this one we may kick a little higher. Boom. That's a teep kick. All right, I'm not here any of that stuff. Not for us.
Now in Muay Thai, they say teep kick, I believe. Similar kick, but.
And the whole thing is top of teep.
Ours is top of teep.
Top of teep.
Theirs is just teep kick, but it's the same thing, push kick.
Yeah, it's a push kick. So you can go for liver, different spots like that. We always, bear in mind, in African martial arts, we're generally closing with our kicks. We don't like distance, we want to be close in. So I'm here, I want to, boom, that's where I am, right? I'm not kicking him to be out here, keep distance with that kick, none of that, okay? Those are the kind of three main kicks. I'm gonna do a couple of knees for you that we're not gonna work, but I want to show you. We do an inward knee. Inward knee is just like a round kick, but with a knee. Well, of course, with a knee, you have to be closer than a kick, right? Same thing, pivot on that front foot. Boom. That's that inward knee. Okay, I close.
Heavy.
You see here, it's nice and heavy. All right. Outward knee, we call this another word term for this is Michael Jackson knee. Is that you come in, not necessarily come in, but you come out. Boom, with that. All right. I can hit it at various places. I can be here and hit it. Okay. It's a heavy knee too, but it knocks out. Boom, boom. Right. That's an outward knee. Those are 5 strikes. We are now going to work 2. And what I want to show you in particular in the African martial arts is that we punch with our knee. We kind of mentioned it before, the YMCA karate knee where they come upwards and break boards and stuff like that. We don't do that. We punch with our knee. It's a combative knee. So we use economy of motion, which basically means that your largest joints move first. All right? This is what we're going to be working today. We'll start with a rear knee because it's easiest. All right, I'm starting with left foot forward. You can start with your right foot forward, whichever way you want to start. Okay. From here, my glutes are the biggest muscle here, right? So they move first. So I punch, and my glutes move first. They activate first. Then my knee goes. I'm driving forward. My knee is traveling horizontally. It's not traveling vertically, right? So my knee starts when my glutes activate here. It's at this level and it stays at that level. It comes right through. Boom. That's. Yeah.
Can you use Kyra Bar asks, can you use both the knee and the foot first step on the foot, and then use the knee to come up into their groin?
Let's see. So let me make sure I understand the question. The knee and the foot. So I first stomp on their foot and then come up with the knee to the groin. That foot, I mean, you can. I'm not saying you can't, but I wouldn't. What dictates here is waste no part of the animal. That's one of our principles of African martial arts. So that's economy of motion. That's us being the most efficient with our movement. If it's there, use it. So if I stomp on his foot here, if his groin opens up, which some crazy person might come like this, then it's there, right? But I would say for me, seeing here, I don't think it's the most efficient way to move. I may go the other way. I may knee to the groin and then stomp. But that's your flow and the person that you're dealing with may dictate that's the way. But what the rule, that the axiom of the system, the thing that dictates how you move is waste no part of the animal. So if it's there, if it presents itself, use it.
That's why we don't have katas, no fix. Nothing's fixed after this elbow. I'm not going to do this and train that just like that. Is what comes.
Can I say something about the groin strike?
The ball.
A lot of times, especially sisters have been made to think, that's the biggest weakness on a man. It's a weakness now. But most of our knees, like Akinbobola said, are punches. So I can't really punch his groin. Coming up with the knee, now I can come up as I punch. But a bigger target, sorry brothers,
Speak for yourself.
but a big, well, if you're groin is bigger than your thigh, you're screwed. So it's okay. I will speak for myself. I hope the rest of y'all too. I hope your thighs bigger than your groin, or you are well endowed your skeleton. So we normally hit to the thigh because this will knock you unconscious. A knee to the groin will drop you to your knees. It's not going to knock you out. Anybody been knocked out by a knee to the groin or a strike to the groin? If you've been dropped, I'm sure.
And sometimes that's delayed.
Right.
I
was in a fight, straight up, the dude kneed me in the groin. I boom, rocking him. And this after I'm like, talking my dad and knocking my dad. Oh, that did him no good. If he had a knee, he had that same power in my thigh, he the one that engaged me. If you don't think that, let somebody knee you in the thigh, not hawk too hard, they'll knock you out.
So you need to directly from artery, or it doesn't matter.
Well, you're not aiming for the common perineal. The artery is inside. You can hit inside. That'd be odd if you got his legs stretched out. But cool.
If you come across.
But normally, if you hit that Michael Jackson inside.
Yeah.
But say if I hit here, I'm really just aiming, and really not aiming with the knee. It's incidental. So in the midst, boom, I go. Oh, sorry, damn. So,
You notice there that it was the glutes that moved first. It was
right, the biggest first. Summation of forces. My glutes moves my hips, then it's my knee. So I'm working, bang, 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 and then in the flow of things, the knee comes. Okay, so it's not like I'm just aiming. It's gonna come because I'm used to that. At this point, if you're not used to it, you can pull down and you say, okay,
it's there.
right there, boom. That's cool. Sometimes you pull them down and you say, shh, it's there, but this is all what the flow is. So I may stick them, boom. Now that one, I punched, but I put my back so I can come up into his face. It's just, it got to be done. Because it was right there.
The way he taught us to get a good, make sure you're using your hips is you can just drag your foot across.
You can practice
That's
that.
something like that. You can drag your foot to practice to get that hip action.
And you can do that on the ground if you're grabbed and you're close. You say I'm too close to do a knee. You can right there drive that right into his leg. Boom! It breaks him down. And then since I'm close, I'm like, boom! My shoulder knocks him, steers him up, and then I work. Okay?
Nice. So yeah, we punch with that glute activates first. Boom! Come in. Then the knee goes. Then the toes go. Right? It's that this part of the point of my knee, I want it to drive forward like it's a punch. Think about punching on that like, rah, all the way through that. We're aiming for that perineal, that bundle of nerves in the thigh. That's what that really is, real heavy, right? It's slower than the front knee, but it's heavy because you've got all that momentum coming, right? So, and the other key is to have your hands up while you do it. I came and grappled naturally, right? And then your hands be up if they're in his face or whatever else, right? That's how we flow with that knee.
No tap will do none of that,
Nah, none of that.
That's like cool dance too.
Right? Okay, good. I'm gonna do some of those, gonna do some rear knees. We'll do about 7 of these, Boom's number. And if I want to use these pads, I want to use these pads to come down to your knee level so that we can see that, so we can make sure that your knees are coming up. So if I put the pad in front of you, this is the way for you all at home. If you have a bar or something else, make sure if you're practicing knees, the knee thing isn't here, the pad isn't here, because then you know you're kneeing incorrectly. You want the pad to be right at the knee level. That's what you want. Good. You should be all right. Get some rear knees going. Ready. Hands up. Keep your hands up. Here. Punch that. Here. There you go. Good. Be nice and heavy on that knee. Ready. Good. Come on now. Imagine. All right, now let's do this. Ooh, now let's do that. Hey, good. Yeah, nice.
Lord God. Ridiculous.
All right, you see what this is now? You go punch. There you go, all the way through. Okay, a quick point on that. I see here, let's try to hold your weight up. And you go here, oh, and you kind of, landing like this. For this knee to be as heavy as it should be, the way we hit, we lay heavy. You'll hear that term. We lay heavy with it. It means when I'm kneeling, for me to deliver the most amount of power here, I'm pointing that toe. When I land, I want to take his space, and I want to be heavy with it, right? Which means I'm not in full control. I'm leaving everything for punch. You're doing it right. You want to punch with that knee and then hands. You're laying heavy. Controlled but laying heavy. Okay? One more round. Good, nice. There you go. That was it. Good. All right, next up. I know we kind of went over at the beginning. That was rear knee, front knee. We have issues with this. What? Okay. So with this one, I want to, in my mind, act as if there's a rod, a bar, a pole, a fixed pole between my feet. Okay? Usually, if we're moving forward, our front foot moves forward. We're moving to the right, the foot that's most to the right moves first. If we're moving to the left, the foot that's closest to the left, like this. If I'm moving left, I move my left foot first. If I'm moving right, I move my right foot first. If I'm moving forward, my front foot moves, generally. In this situation, I'm driving with one piece. It's actually my back foot that activates this front knee. This drives, but the rod, I don't go here like this, because in this second here, I get knocked out, right? I let this drive one piece, boom. That's the front knee, okay? So this steps, it replaces this foot, and this knee comes forward, boom, like that, okay? So you can see, hands up, boom, like this. Okay, good. Make sure you're pointing, yeah. Make sure that knee is driving, your hips are moving forward, your glutes, and then your toe is pointed too.
That's what we would lions. step that.
Exactly.
Not that rear knee. That rear knee is too powerful.
Yes.
Get out of the way of that rear.
Exactly. Yep. That's that spike what we did earlier. That's what you would do against this. Okay. That's the front knee. Hands up. Boom. Here. That's that front knee. Okay. Hold. Don't let them go like this. It's not. It's the same time. Boom. Let that drive that. Right. Hands up. Good. All right. Let's do the front knees. Ready. Good. Good. Hands up, baby. Good. Good. Nice. Good. Good. One more time. Good. Nice. Hands up, though. Get it right up. Come on now. Let's get it. There we go. Good. Okay. All right, now we're going to together. Front knee. Rear knee. Front knee. Okay? When I say hit, it's rear knee, front knee, rear knee, which means you switch, front knee. Camera for you. Rear knee, front knee. I'm on this side. Rear knee, front knee. Okay, hands up. Ready. All right, second. Rear knee. Let's do it together, right? Let's do it together. So there's no switching now. I'm saying you end up switching. So yeah, so it's like this. Rear knee, you're on this side, you're on the right side now. Front knee. Now your rear is going to come, you end up on the left. Rear knee, front knee, right? Give yourself some space to beat it. Ready. Ready. Front knee, good. Ready, come on, keep going. All right, family. Slow down, slow down. All right, good. All right, so those are close combat. Those are some of our strikes. I showed you the 5. Remember, there's oblique kick, oblique kick, oblique kick, all right? Round kick, all right? Inward knee. Outward knee. Peace, family. Peace. Peace on the knee. What?
Should have used break on that.
All right, we'll take it. Right now.
All right, they're getting some water.
Boom. In the attic where we training at. We gonna get it together though. Bear with us.
That's hers. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Okay, Bob, you're gonna have to figure this one. Okay, there we go. We back. We good. We good.
You know,
You got us on TikTok now.
We good. Okay.
All right, family, we back in business.
Yes, indeed.
Back from the water break. I go.
Okay.
When you say 2 minutes, people think that you said 20 minutes. So, about to get back at it. All
All right, family. What we're going to get into now is another way that we use footwork in the African martial arts. We're going to deal with long tearing, and that is leg wrapping. All right, that's what we're going to deal with. We get into throws through leg wrapping, but there are 4 main movements that I want to show you with this. We have fulcrum, we have sweep, we have reap, and we have the wheel throw. So I'm going to demonstrate 3 of those, and then we're going to work one together. Okay.
Spelling of law cheating is L-O with a dot underneath. Then T-I-N-R-I-N. Law cheating.
Yeah, long tearing.
So if you want to do your research, a lot of stuff you're not going to find in books and stuff like that, unfortunately, y'all.
Yeah, both.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Some of you so we don't have any sound with this one.
Well, the camera's on sound.
That's the people trying to stop us. That's what it is, folks. The only. Okay. All right. Here we go.
All right, family. So once again, long tearing, and the four main movements are reaps, sweeps,
Now, when that goes off on the show, you know, the sounds off.
Explain it right there so they know.
So they can't hear us.
I unmuted it.
Okay, cool. Come on,
Yeah.
As soon as we do that. All right, so anytime that other camera freezes on us, we're gonna come here and demonstrate what we were just talking about.
So we got
We're gonna bounce around. If this one freezes up, we will display what we're doing on that camera. We'll go do it like that, guys. I know the sound. You working on it. This one freezes up. So this what happens. When this one freezes, we'll do it like that. It's bouncing right now. So this what happens. When this one freezes up, the sound goes out. We'll go to that camera. So if we freeze, this mic goes out, we'll demonstrate it without the sound over here until we come back to this. I know we're a little janky right now. We're just trying to freeze. And we're close to the airport over here without giving out our exact location. No, you already know where we're at. We're a train to die. So being up top, the service is a little bad, so that's why it's freezing up for us. Appreciate your patience.
All right, we're actually going to work fulcrum today. Well, I'll start again. Non-tearing is what we're dealing with, leg grappling. The first I'll show you is the fulcrum throw. Give me some strikes. I'm just going to cover myself and come in. Come on in. I'm in a grappling position here. That front knee that he just did to take his space with his leg. I put my leg down and squeeze his leg. Okay, so he comes at me with strikes. I cover myself. I close. This is the grappling position here. I use this knee to break his structure down. I put my leg back here. I place him. I use this arm. This is the fulcrum. I'm going to take him over this. We call this cutting the corners. I'm going to take him around this leg, but I've replaced his spacer. I just cut that corner and take his weight, displace his weight in this direction, like so. All right. That's how it should, that's a fulcrum throw. One more time. So he comes at me, I cover myself, I flow in, I take his, I off balance him here, my leg comes down, I'm breaking his structure here. I use my upper body as counter pressure to cut the corner, take him over, lay him down, I control his arm, I finish him. All right, in African martial arts, we seek to wrestle our opponents. That's to put them on their back by any means, to be forced to render vulnerable to a finishing technique. So that's what we're doing, that's our goal. All right, so that's a fulcrum throw. We're gonna work that later. Next, we're gonna do sweep. From a sweep, let's say we're in this grappling position. I have his arm here. Notice here my foot is in line with his toe positioning again. Let's talk about our toe. My leg here, there's no space. I'm not like this. I'm not over here. It's my thigh, front of my thigh to the back of his thigh, but our feet are in line together.
In class, you hear thigh to thigh a lot.
Yes. See, our toes are in the same direction. I'm going to use my upper body and out here or in here as counter pressure. What I'm going to do is to show you with a sweep is this leg it has to be stable, so it's going to be bent nice and low and stable. And I'm gonna shoot across like so. You notice I'm using my hands over here as that's the counter pressure. I bring them over here. So this is nice and low. My foot is shooting over this way. And that's dragging his foot with him to spread him out. You'll see, and then counter pressure takes him back or forward, or whichever way makes sense. So in this position, I came around here. I have front of my thigh to the back of his. I'm going to use this counter pressure here, and I shoot. That's sweep. I put him down. Okay. I can sweep in lots of other ways. Let's say I run the pipe on him. So we up here, I shoot low, here. Pull up his leg and see how they go. So you see how he's jumping, let them see. So he's there, he's holding because he's off balance, right? Let's come again. So he came high, I shot low. You see my head is up and I'm facing out here. I ran that pipe, I came up. He was bouncing before he was grabbing me. Right, from here, I'm gonna put my foot on the outside of his, and it's the same movement. The counter pressure now goes this way, my arm's gonna go this way, and my leg is gonna shoot here. That's the sweep. I move back for him, but usually I will close, so it goes like this. Here, good, here, here. All right, that's also a sweep. Same thing, okay? No, it's actually the opposite. So like when we're here, I don't lift him up this way. I'm pulling him down this way. So if my hand's here, you see it easier. My foot's in line here. This foot shoots in this direction. This hand is just dragging down this way. Because slowly, make this real light so you can see. What I'm doing is this. I'm stretching him out. But in the moment that he's stretched, I pull him back. Okay, same thing. So with this one,
He was trying to spare me by showing you on the other one.
I'm here.
As long as you just want to see me get.
This leg is out here with the same way. My feet are married together. This foot shoots this way. So I'm actually pulling this way. I'm not lifting him up like this. I'm just cutting the corners to this way. Call it a sack of potatoes. I'm here. He's doing the right thing, which is shooting for that front fall. You don't know what you do, it's a bad fall. So I'll show you what to do. All right. Next up, we're gonna do a reap. So from a reap, let's say we're in 50-50. If we have time, we'll work this as well. We're grappling here in this position. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna shoot with this knee again, take his space here. This arm's gonna come up, and I'm going to, instead of me with a fulcrum, I would stomp down here and take that space. But with the reap, I kick through like this, and as I come back, the back of my thigh hits the back of his thigh. Okay, so it's a kick this way, hit. That's a reap. You can do a reap from the front too. You know, let's say we're out here. With him, it's a little more difficult, but let's say I'm here. I come to the front, I do the same thing, take home. That's a reap.
It's a little more difficult because I'm so skilled. But
I don't know about can you?
The outside leg.
I've never seen that before, like my brother out there. I don't know.
I give it so just a little bit, and this is like so you can know you don't have to lift your leg high to get it. You just take it.
Woo! He didn't want to crush you.
yes, he was trying.
I'm trying to be loud on to be kind of your.
But it is wheel throw. It's a reap to the outside leg. That's a large side throw right there.
Okay.
Right. Now I'll show you that, but I won't kick the leg out. So what my father would do, extend it. See what that extends? Y'all got that?
Yeah, boss.
You make him extend, but he would run you.
Yeah.
You ain't got no choice.
So that's a wheel
Okay.
throw. Thank you, brother.
Looking like ice cream.
Right.
No.
We do this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You throw him again to wake him up.
Right.
Okay, so you get it.
A reap to the outside thigh. Right. The reap, that punch with that position, I'm taking his arm, control of his arm. I shoot him with that front knee that we just worked, right? This is where that front knee comes in, boom, here, and I plant my foot behind his. What I'm going to be looking for in all of you is to make sure that you don't kind of come around his leg like this. You want to come right through. So you see how his leg bends like that? So you come through here, this arm is active, and sorry, I said reap, didn't I? My bad. So I come with that knee, it comes here, and then I kick with the back of my thigh, and this shoots forward. My back of my thigh is coming this way, this is shooting forward this way, and I put him down. Okay, that's what we're gonna be doing. All right, we want 5 of those. Be there, partner them up, please.
Okay. Can I get Pam and I'm assuming, no, I'm gonna say and Kalanji, Pam and
You know together, bro?
No.
Oh, okay.
Right, we're gonna do this. Four or 5 times each. 5 minutes. So we'll move on real quick. We're going to go
Somebody
10
said
minutes
that
left.
and look.
So from a hook, snake blow, hit the neck, take control of the arm, come on in, reap. All right, you time to go
take this on.
for 5 minutes.
So there's
5 minutes. Can't be perfect. Just get the concept of the reap. Yeah, there you go.
I gotta be gentle because it's Bible faith. You come at me if I don't.
Now, somebody asked, Victor asked about this training also gonna need some mats too.
We do it outside.
If you have mats, what you call it, mattress, something like that. Put it on the floor to throw.
Yeah.
Don't do the hard floor like this. Not these throws.
Yeah.
Don't have artificial grass in the garage and then have Bobo because he gonna throw you on like he did. I'm not saying he did that either. Falls and for anybody that don't know, Cebu is falls and rolls. When we say Cebu, that's what it is. So even though it look like I'm landing hard, I'm landing properly, so I'm not injured. Not hurt.
That knee, other knee. Yeah. To make sure that you all got particularly is the idea of taking your opponent's space. And we just did that read. We haven't talked about this yet, but some of us are doing, can I get you for a second? Some of us we're in this position, right? We're ready to now strike. And we're like kind of doing this and wanting to come around and all this kind of stuff. It's because we're not taking our opponent's space. So the way we do that, there's a few things that we do to do that. And one is replacement, the idea of replacement. So I want to show you that. But let's say a fulcrum throw. The idea of replacement in African martial arts is that I take his space. So when I leave, I bump him out of the way, and then when this leg comes down, I want to move this leg out of the way. I didn't do the whole throw, I just took his space, right? Another way of showing taking space is this, right? Kind of
Don't mute it.
right? Shield back shake. This is
good.
Taking space.
We good.
Right?
We can't hear
You'll
nothing.
see this when I'm going to show a soccer throw.
This hours we unmuted.
Soccer throw.
That's day mic. That's the one over there. We unmuted.
That's a soccer A soccer throw with my hands.
Yeah, we good.
With the shoulders from behind. Try to pull
See
it back.
that one muted. We good. They can hear us.
Yeah, you ain't got to mute it.
Oh, okay.
Strong.
See, it's muted anyway. Can't unmute your guests because they chose to mute themselves. See,
Oh,
they
they
muted
muted
themselves.
themselves.
Okay.
That's how I do it.
Sorry, excuse us.
Sorry,
Talking.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse us, Kyra. This service is crazy. How to fall
I
again?
take his space. It's important with my legs, with my limbs, my hands, my head. I'm doing a 100 triangle, whatever. I take his space. That's important. So I want to replace him. Replace him, right? When we see it, when we do the full covers and everything else, that's an important role.
So
Nothing else to touch on with leg press.
I'm sorry. The questions they just coming back. The questions about doing the technique, knowing how to fall. I just want to say that's a whole class learning how to fall.
Phase in it.
Yeah, it's a phase in itself.
Nah, we don't have time.
Yeah,
I don't have about 3 more minutes, so we don't have to.
yeah, we got to move. We got to move with it.
Just so you all know, we're gonna do an episode.
Okay, yeah, okay.
One of the easiest ways to work this safety, if you're worrying about falling, and with you all, you trying to teach somebody at home, kneel down, and just, I'm not sure this technique. Okay, real simple. You can do that with a spouse, friend, child, whatever, as long as they're not too small. Even a small child, I used to train my children like that.
I learned because he just kept throwing me. That's
But
how
see, that sounds bad. I'm a gentle man, so he took it the wrong way.
I'll be there. Let me practice. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're talking about taking someone's space. That's very African. We like to be very, very close. When we say close, we're not just close. I'm here, he's there. I'm taking his space. See the way he just moved his feet? That's taking space. This is called a seat belt, right? In the seat belt, I want to move him. If I don't move, I just stay here. Oh yeah. He stays here, I stay there. But for me to move him, I take his space. So he moves. Okay? That's very, very African. Again, it's the unbroken circle. We want to replace him constantly. We're constantly moving forward, occupying the space, and that's our feet that determines how we do that, right? It's very important. So I wanted to just share that with everybody.
Makes the throws easier, makes the
Right.
take
One last
like-
thing, we showed a hip throw. Well, same thing right there.
Yeah, it's cool.
Hip throw. So the way that we do hip throw.
We're back on video, getting back into it.
Who's trying to do hip throw, and these are the way I hit it like this, right? It's not gonna work. I have to take his space. For me to take his space, you see, I bump his hip. My hip is beyond his, and that means he's up on his tiptoes because I've taken his space. And now he becomes lightweight. I bump him, bring him across. Simple, right? There's lots of throws. Even when a basic wrist lock for us, right? I put now, I'm broken circle. I've taken his space because I've ended up where he was. Okay, that's just really another way of saying unbroken circle, taking his space. The key point was use our feet to get close and even closer. To say close, but we're moving in while we take his space. So we're constantly getting closer and closer and tighter with our feet. So that's the last way I wanted to show. That's my time. I wanted to say my last point was, of course, I'm going to say this point, that as African warriors, you know, we stand on the shoulders of those who walked before us, their feet, you know, all honor to them. And in particular today, on this celebrating 50th anniversary of training, we honor salute Ongabalogo. Thank you. My teacher of 13 years in all areas of life. Thank you.
That was well done, but I don't expect any less from Akinbobola. Now, Bila had been up here, I don't know what it No, Bila actually talked. The first time we went live, he talked before I went on. And he did so well, I was ready to go on after. So, we're about to get into the hands. So, Akinbobola dealt with the feet. Now, you saw that there's some hands, it has to be. You can't separate the two. Like, I can't do hands without having some movement. Otherwise, I'm not doing technique. Okay. So, first thing we're going to get into, you saw it used a couple of times today. It's called a cover, and we dealt with it on Remix. Guys dealt with it. It's one of the most important, if not the most. I won't say the most, but it's right in that top 5 things that you should know. Doesn't matter what your art is. If your art's nothing, if your art's karate, boxing, whatever, learn how to cover. So to cover, I'm just bringing my elbow up to my brow height. Some artists can bring it to here, you know, it gets like this. That's lazy, and you're gonna eat your own fist. Don't stop anything. It's not bring it up, eyebrow height. Okay? I got glasses on, so you bring it, marry it to your face as close as you can. With this hat, I don't give a damn about this hat. I crush this hat. The glasses, I'm like, yeah, that's gotta go. Stop that. So you get as close as you can to your face. Okay? When I punch at him, he's gonna bring it up to his face. I punch at him, up to his face. Kalanji's here, he can tell you. I was teaching this at an FTP class, and there was this dude I didn't want to be there, but he was there. And I'm teaching. Who learned cover too good? I'm just trying to tear his head off. Covering, I couldn't. So the cover covers straight punches, hooks, overhands. The main punches. It does not deal with uppercuts, so don't try to cover against uppercuts. You're gonna go to sleep. Okay. This is so you don't have to worry about, okay, against a hook, I do this. We have other things that deal with them, but the cover takes care of those 3. If he throws a straight punch, I cover. He throws a hook, I cover. He throws an overhand, which is number 10. I cover. Throw the other side so you can see. I cover. Okay. He throws, so it really, you don't guess. So the cover deals with those, you don't have to play guesswork. Okay? If a ball was coming and say, watch out the ball, you're going, well, naturally. Well, we're dealing with your natural reactions. Okay? So for right now, I want all of y'all, we're gonna work on covers. First is just cover. And the instructors, y'all can help me. Around cover this back on. He's gonna punch, cover. So we're gonna get into that first, and then we'll build from there. Okay, so working on the covers first, you're shifting your feet, like Akinbobola showed you, shifting your weight, and then we're covering. Now, every block is a strike. Every block is a strike. Every strike is a block. Every block is a strike. Every strike is a block. So, if he's coming at me with a hook, I don't want to just block. It's also a strike. So I step forward. One, his power is here. If I step in, I'm past his power. And so I'm not catching that strike as much. But now I put my cover up and I step towards him, and this cover threatens to hit him in his face. It should just hit him in the face, but if I'm far enough, I can't just hit him in the face. Right. So he throws that hook. I step in. That cracks his face. If he throws the other hook, he goes to sleep. Remember, it's two hands. This hand is covering. This is covering my chin. It doesn't matter that I just cracked him with this elbow. Okay. It would be close to me here, and he would catch it heavy. Okay. So you're using it as a strike at the same time you're using it as a defense. It's an offense and a defense at the same time. As all your hands should and can be. Okay. So once again, he throws, boom, cover, throws, cover. Okay. Let's get together and work that. First, just single covers. Cover one side. Cover the other side. Cover, remember, mirror to your face. Cover, okay? Cover, cover. Mirror to your face. Your elbow married to your face. Let's work it.
One thing he's showing you, but he may not have said, is when you cover, when that hook is coming, I'm not just going to be straight like this. The same way you cover like that, that's what you want to do. You want to turn into it a little bit so you a little off right there. You see where
turn away from it.
Yeah, you turn away from it. So this is the line. The hook is coming around. I'm turning away from it. So I'm not taking the brunt of that blow. If it's somebody big and giant and strong, whatever, you don't want to just stand like this. You want to turn away. So boom, boom, boom. You see my feet right here? You see my feet?
All right. Let's go.
Woo! All right. Move on him. But move towards him.
When you move, you shift those hips too, right? So you
Come forward.
see how this is
When they
straight?
come away.
It means you're leaving this up with the right hip. So you want to hit more. Oh, it's too far out. Like this, so you really got to take it off the line. Yeah, see? So you want to
Thank you, Big Till. We wish we get better service, but we doing what we can.
There you go. Bingo. And again. Yeah, that's
Footwork is important with these covers. Balance. The same way, and this is why African martial arts is so wonderful. It's because the same way, if I'm throwing this hook, I'm twisting see my footwork. When I throw this, I'm gonna twist my ass the same thing I'm gonna do when I cover. When I throw this jab, the same way I'm moving my hips with the jab and the cross, it's the same way I'm moving when I cover.
All right, so now, the cover in itself, the cover is a strike. The say he's back too far. Now this hand is at your chin. You shift again, it strikes him in his throat. Come around. So, come this way. He's throwing. So he throws the hook. Now the hand that's at my chin, it shoots into his throat. This is called a lion's mouth. It's this groove here between my index finger and my thumb. Don't have it straight, have it kind of concave or like that. And that's what you're catching him right in his throat. I'm practicing it here. So this here, I can only practice that one good time. Then, right. So practice it there at the chest. Don't try to break your partner's chest. Just that's harder than saying I'm a lamb, so I'm not hitting him hard at all. Just tap. And then back. I'm not just shooting from here, I'm shifting my hips. As I shift my hips, it's cool to have this over. If you want, you can keep this up, boom, yeah. Or you can bring it down, depending on what you're planning to do. But just keep it up now to keep it simple. Boom, get it right to the throat. Work with your partners on that. Take your partner up. Take time. Be careful. I don't know anybody that's in the throat. I'm assuming Kalani. I'll pair him up. I'm assuming Kalani.
You see this on the morning show. That's that line.
Belay and Pam and Yami and Baby. Just because they name right. All right, so now what they're going to be doing is working with partners. So make sure you shift with that strike to the throat. Don't actually hit that throat, hit the chest to practice for now. That's his throat.
She tried to take my trachea. You saw she grabbed it too. She tried to pull it out.
Pam was trying to pull out Belay's trachea, but you stopped it just in time.
Aggressive women.
I like Belay, I'm sorry.
Grabbing big bugs. Now, what I want you to do is, you don't want to take that straight ahead. You're going to turn just like you just.
It's hook, and yeah, he's trying to hook. So don't bend your wrist back, keep it straight, and you catch him like that. His hand can't do that.
Now, I just noticed the way Pam did it. She went, so give me this. She went here, and then she kind of came back. You know how we do that, like a modified line step? You don't want to do that. Just take the power away.
So no, the reason why you don't want to do that, see that, it's like hitting me, but I'm not stopping this. I shift my hip when I'm there, even if it's underneath, I'm still stopping. Still hitting it to the throat. And that's what I want. After hitting the throat here, because you're weakened, I would grab that thumb throat and just so I because see that. And I throw it just to look cool. All right, let's see here. I'm good. I went a little too overzealous. I twisted the heck out of my own neck. Doing what technique? I manifesto. All right, Luna Butterfly. Thank you. Luna Butterfly is an assistant instructor too, by the way, you all. She's in Chicago. So, real quick, our manifesto twisted his own neck. He got overzealous. He went 1, 2, and then just backed himself up. So we hope he don't do that again. Now I don't know exactly what he did to himself, but he said twist his own neck. I'm assuming this and look too much. So keep that one piece. Let your feet drive it, not your head. Y'all got me?
I've been thinking about what I was talking about.
He said I was throwing them elbows up by my head. Yep, bobbing and weaving. Yes. So we don't bob and weave for that very reason, just so you know. So bobbing and weaving, you here, hit right. If I want to get to the outside from the inside, I won't bob and weave because that is leading with my head. That's fine for boxing. No knees are involved and things like that. Right? I'll just slip. He throws a punch here, I just slip. Okay? I would just slip, but I wouldn't bob and weave to come back inside anyway. I would slip that. Now, if I say, oh, I slipped to the outside, inside, he punches. I slip to the inside, I want to get to the outside. I don't bob and weave under. And something. He punches, I go here, and I'm outside anyway. So don't lead ever with your head because you can't damage yourself in more ways than one. So I told y'all it was the covers because I've seen that before. The person leads with the upper body and it hurts your neck. Lead with your feet. Even when I just did that slip, I didn't do this. Remember the time? I use my feet. Look at the feet. You ever want to know a man's ability with his technique, martial technique? You watch his feet. If he's not using his feet, I don't care, once again, what his title is. All right, so I'm not insulting nobody. I'm insulting somebody. Y'all go ahead and work. Continue. Again, one more round of that, then we're going to build from there.
If you see me, I'm in a manifesto, and I was telling you about coming like this. I'm not really moving my neck. I'm moving my waist, and it's my feet that's driving that too. So when the hook is coming, that's what's happening. I'm turning my waist instead of my head.
Feet and hips. Yes, Mwadi, a.k.a. Obi. He knew what I was doing. Yes. I like it. And the reason why, I've seen it happen. I've seen people hurt themselves doing it when they lead. I like how organic and sequential these moves are. I say each technique leads into another. Yes, absolutely. That makes it easier for you to acquire it. They have to build onto each other.
Yeah.
Come around this way so they can see you all.
Yeah.
You come closer because this is your hand.
It's better. But you see how you need that.
Bring that more up to the ground.
Better. Don't wait for me now. I want you to have to
Don't anticipate. Wait till they get ready to grow.
better. You can lay on that. All right.
Now, I go. A real quick thing about it doesn't matter if he throws a straight after that one. It won't matter whether I'm under it or over it. He throws a straight, and my timing is such that I'm over. I still take a stroke. He throws a straight, my timing is under. I still take a stroke. You see, that's still not hitting me. It's not hitting me if I'm under it. It's not hitting me, if I'm under it or over it. It still goes past me because this sets up a bar in his bag. We always get off the line. Somebody in an engagement has to get off the line for your. Yes. He punches. Either he gets off the line. I just put something in his bag. Just that. Go ahead, punch. Go ahead, punch me in the face. Go ahead, punch me. He's not gonna punch me in my face. This hand is right here. Or he punches. Come on, I get off the line. He punches. Look. He punches. Oh, I just wanted to use my hand that time. He punches. I get off the line. So either I gotta get off the line or he gotta get off the line. Y'all got me? It can be as simple as putting the hand up there, or he punches and I knock him off the line. That ain't that a nice high foot move? And then now he's mine now. And I add in all those Akinbobola knees and all that stuff. Okay? So either he gets off the line or I get off the line, but somebody got to get off the line in the engagement. So when he throws that hook and I cover, I can't stay like this on the line. I'm gonna get knocked off balance. He throws it, I come off the line, and now I can pull him and he's off balance. Okay? Then I add one of them Akinbobola and he goes down. Okay? So make sure you're getting off the line. Now, adding to the cover. When he strikes, I cover him, I drop my arm. That's all I'm going to do. He covers, I'm going to drop my arm. It doesn't matter whether it's in front or in front of his elbow. It's better if it's behind that elbow there, but if you're in front, it's cool. We can work from there for what we're about. He throws here, and then here. Again, he throws here, and then I give him that same thing to the throat. But now I got him here, so he can't move with the force of it. He's trapped. And if I want to, I can pull him and then give it to him. See how he moved that head up? Because he thought he was going to eat. And I'm willing to feed. Boom, right? You give that to him. But still, after you do that, turn your hip back. As he's falling forward, you hit him, elbows down. So now work that with your partner. Be careful. Make sure you hit the chest, not the throat for practice. So it's cover, wrap, and then sweep. And now give it to him. There you go, good.
You can bring it to you like you did.
Bring it back and bring you.
This is like what you do. Get that hat with the Get you ready. Get you ready to
That's why I don't know.
No, fine. No, I want you to work on bringing it over. So yes.
All right, now I go. Somebody said, it's very organic. It builds on technique. You don't just build on techniques I'm teaching. You build on technique I'm teaching too. So he throws the punch. I cover. I wrap. I hit. I take his space down. And that's what you're going to do now. Once again, I cover, wrap, hit. Either way, if you say, oops, I turned the wrong way, you didn't turn the wrong way. You did what your body and mind knew you were supposed to do. Right? One, wrap, turn, boom, hit. Now the reap makes more sense because I'm hitting them this way, but I like taking them in two directions too. But you hit. Hit. You can fulcrum throw. Reap is better because it's energy going there, take advantage of it as it's falling back. This hand. Get close to your chest. It probably block. You can grab this too, but you're going down with him if that's the case. So you can grab your arm, but you are going to go down with him if you do that. That's cool if you want to go to the ground. But keep that as close as possible. If you can get it to your chest, it's good. Hit, boom to the throat, step, take the space, and push down. Now from here, in case you can't see where I'm at, I can grab there and dislocate his elbow. So y'all go ahead and work that. Remember, it is he strikes, I strike with the lion's mouth, boom, bring that down, right? Take space, take down, or reap. Now from there, you can just hold on to him, work. Or you can dislocate his arm or whatever you want to do. Okay? Y'all got it? Yes, sir. Let's work. Y'all, you let it fit in. So from here, boom, keep driving and not taking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, take it.
That was good.
Yeah.
What you did, you had that arm here. So just
Back, back.
Yes. So this should be this in here.
I know.
Amen.
I just thought I can go like this. It's a good job. I know this. So when it's here, this one, you know the reap, right? You know the whiz. But here, whiz, people like to bend their back there. Whoo! Go right there.
Hold on, one more time.
in real life, that would have hurt my back.
Yeah.
If you go here, people like to bend.
Yeah, sorry.
They worry about falling, and things. I fall less right there. You just keep by the back and go into this is why important to your stone. Your this is another.
Oh, I like
That
that.
drops in there and then boom, face down.
Like that.
Okay. So boom, takes him off balance. He's yours. Okay. You say, okay, well you don't get to roll over like you thought.
Right.
You're going straight down in your face. And it's on the back of his neck. Huh? Oh, nice. Make sure you slap with your arm, your free arm when you're going down. Slap with it if you can. Slap towards your toes, man, not towards my mouth. Can you slap that? Towards your toes, not up there. You'll end up damaging your shoulder.
Yes. Come on. That was excellent. That was excellent. Very good. Very, very good. Very good.
Good. Oh, be careful, Jamie. Now, I know. Quick thing so you know. If we're fighting, y'all seen this in the movies. Bump up, tap me in mine. Quick tap. You bring. That's not how the person reacts to that. Just so you know. When you're stuck in you do go up here, but right, it's and the shoulders go up. They don't move backwards like that. Right. So it's boom, and that's when you get to take them. Okay. When that body contracts like that, they're lighter here because shoulders going up. They're lighter there, so it's a lot easier to take them there. Just so you know, if they were falling backwards like that, that wouldn't be what you would do. Then you do that oblique kick to their knee. That's not how that happens. Just so you know that. That I know for fact. This is movie. That looks exciting.
Right.
But cats ain't just falling back like that. Or they get shot and flying out windows. That's not how. A 9mm round is not going to make you fly out the window. But it's been proven that People who believe they get shot, they fly out the window, they throw themselves out the window. Because they believe they're supposed to fly.
Like a pump.
Now, pump will lift you. That's gonna lift you for real. I'm talking about a 12 gauge will. 20 gauge won't, it'll blow you away, they won't. But a 9mm pistol, it don't have that kind of firepower where you flying through the window. Huh? Right, exactly. On that, I shot a cat. I had to. This was many years ago. In my alley. Okay, I shot the cat. I had to shoot the cat. I didn't want to
cats, dogs, lizards, everything.
because it's gonna sound bad when I say why, so I ain't saying why. But it was terrifying. Somebody in the neighborhood, they were scared of the cat.
Yeah,
So I said, it's my duty, my civic duty. So I shot the cat, and this is with a 9mm. I ain't shooting with my 45. I shot it with the 9mm, and it jumped in the air. It didn't flip even. So you ain't flipping from a 9mm. See, it didn't know it's supposed to flip. And so it jumped in the air because it hurt. And it expired after that, but it didn't flip, fly, and all that. I did it too,
When I shot a cat, it flipped all the time.
That's my civic duty. Don't look at me bad. And white folks on there, don't do that. Because white people get mad at you. But when you had your brother, they cool. You must have done something bad. But that cat, oh my God, don't do nothing to no cat or dog. Peter. A white man penis? Peter? What are you talking about? All right, so I didn't call it that. They call it, y'all call it that. I don't know why you, and I would never name my child Peter because of that. I would not call my child Peter. All right. So here, now, he throws. Boom. I now take him under. Okay? He throws, I take him under, and this strikes out. You can't just take under here because he's going to come towards you and grab it, okay? So now I cover, and I come under at the same time I strike to the neck. Bring that hand towards your chest again as you push down on his neck, and now I can bring those knees into his face, okay? Let's work that. So this hand there, you're trying to bring it to your chest. Squeeze that so he doesn't go nowhere. Give him those knees. Sorry, touch his knee. Okay? Let's work that. If you have a partner with you, make sure you cover. And then this time wrap under instead of over. Wrap under. Still come towards your chest as I shoot my hand out. And then from there, you punch your knees up into the person's face. Let's work. Oh, and when you go home tonight, watch African Knockout on Netflix. I ain't advertising for them. I got my problems fighting because a lot of times we think indigenous Africans are weak. This is indigenous African art, okay? We think they're weak, they're not, but they have such low confidence in what they're doing. You see them wrestling. Most of them wrestling is king, of course, in Africa. But they'll say wrestling, they'll say Lambo, whatever, they won't, but they will say, we're doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai. They won't say where their wrestling comes from. That's a travesty. And anybody from the continent, if you know any of those people, tell them that's a travesty. And their ancestors are not happy with that. If you're gonna let the world know you do Muay Thai, let them know you do indigenous African martial arts too. Or don't name none of it. Y'all got me? I will say, they needed Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. All of them gave me know where they come from. They throwing way more than you see in the UFC. And really, it's also a travesty what they paying those brothers. The winner gets 6 million naira. You know how much money that is in the US? $12,000. That's terrible. That's terrible that they paying those brothers to risk their health, their life, for $12,000 US. That's why I got my problems with the show, but what I like is you're seeing Africans in their warrior state. It's called African Knockout. It's on Netflix. It's a series. And so far it's good. You know, they're bringing their culture into it in certain ways. Like the ring girls don't get no shine if they just carry around the ring in America. The ring girls doing techniques with them, all kinds of stuff.
Can I get your Netflix password when we finish that?
Yeah, it's called hashtag don't ask me that.
Anybody want to give me their Netflix password, just hit me up in my inbox.
Now, so when you rap, try to rap at the elbow. It's going to be up at the shoulder rap. If you do ever rap at the shoulder, it's like this. We're going to actually get into it.
Somebody said, "Oh hell no, what happened?" Yeah, Ebos would wrestle for days. Yes, and Hausa, you know, those are great striking fighters. With Dambe, great strikers. Okay, whole class be watching Baba. Watch history all over the place. I say, it's a documentary. Laughing out loud at Mwade. Yes, it's a. That African Knockout is a series. It's real. It's not fiction. Okay. And they're really banging. It's pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Hausa. It started with the Butchers Guild. That they would fight, and now it's just really popular. So that's Dambe, Dambe. Right.
Right there. Bring him down.
Particularly when it comes to warrior things, oh my gosh, they don't want us to think we warriors because they want us to fight for our liberation.
Yes. Here, and pull that comes down, comes to you, and then you want to shoot this out. Good. Now she could really need to if you want. Front knee. You say it's heavy, front knee, it's right there. But you see this? Don't get booty with this hand. Don't do this. Push this down like this towards that knee.
Keep this close.
Yes. Now, if you want, with your hand like that, you might not be able to scoop it. So you can also do this. Okay. Yeah, just like that. Right. Yeah. Just here like this.
You still bring your hand towards your chest, up, over, or under. So, if your chest is way up here, you probably need to really work out. Bring your elbow over and drop him there as you bring his hand there. That's what you want. Okay?
Nice. I like that.
Okay, good. That's it. All right. So on this one, you don't try to have your elbow down. It's not gonna work. That's why I say bring your fist to your chest. Your elbow up on that, and this is there to help you bring down. You may not be able to bring him down with fist on his arm. So that helps. Boom. And then, okay. Bring it down, bring him down, boy. Yes, that's it.
Having that hand up there is
No, so. You don't have to be this way. Bring that more down. So if your hand is past your chest, the more down you can be, the better.
Okay, because my arms are long. So
Right, exactly.
Okay, cool. Now, yeah, that's not good. This whole shop is
Bring it, it should be there.
yeah. Bring her down from.
So don't disconnect. Don't disconnect. Yes. Y'all been moving around, you need to see, but punches, don't connect. And then see how that touches him first, my elbow. When I come down, my elbow touches him just the same way as my elbow touches him here. My elbow touches him, and that hand comes over, and I bring down. Oh, excuse me, I need to do this. My hand, because I may not be strong enough to bring him down. Weak boned. That means I have to use both hands. No, don't feel guilty. You got to use both hands. It's cool. So I pretend like I'm using both hands. Like that. So from there, and that's just experience, y'all. Use both hands. From there, you throw your knees. But at no point, punch, do I dislocate. Right, exactly. He pulled back away from you. So I'm here. And so he's there. If he pulls back, I just come up. Now you're going to get called what's called a coup call, but y'all got me?
You're welcome.
Stay connected as much as possible as opposed to a disconnection. Also, a disconnection, I disconnect, you just throw their hand in. So don't disconnect. Stay connected to him as much as you can. That takes practice. When people tell me, man, that take a lot of practice to do that. Guess what? Do a lot of practice. It's simple. That's it.
Yeah, it feels better. Remember the feeling. Like you right there. I'm going this
This. I got it. It's all God has something like that. The height of this arm, oh, you do it. Now you got to do it.
Okay, bring this. Okay, that's it. Remember not to have it. Have it like this.
Yeah, behind. You got to show. This is like a better tricycle. Now you're trying to front knees looking all right now.
Thank you. I remember what y'all say, drive with the hip.
Like an actor.
Get closer with your soul. Let me show what you do. So we like this.
You should. And now he just ain't gonna use his hand. Make sure they can see you. Kind of close them out.
Okay, yeah. So close this. Just close it with the knee. Or you
Now
can take
bring
that
him
step
down with
first.
that arm and hand.
If you have the change feet, switch.
Okay. Go back and watch. Okay.
Yes. Good.
Then. Oh, okay. All right. I'll put this gun straight on that front.
Yeah, so you're not taking that one. Yes, like that. All the freeze on right here, it's frozen. That's technique too. Oh, look at her.
Oh, there we go.
What? Already? Go ahead on.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, look at that. We got questions out there. Any questions? Next is the cat thing. Is a documentary. No, won't even buy. Oh, geez. Okay.
All right, I go. You need water?
Oh, I gave
Yeah, can you take it to the restaurant? You put your shoes on, please. To say
you in the class.
Excuse me, sir, I don't know your name. What's that beer in a minute? All right. So now we're gonna pummel. Oh my God. Pummel is the end of your tool. We're gonna pummel, but we're gonna do what's called a 50-50 clinch. Okay. I'll show you how you get into it, but we're gonna just work it and then work backwards into it. So he throws the hook. Here. See where I'm at? I have a choice of which hand. So I want to be on this side with my overhook. This goes under. I got an overhook. He grabs me the same way. I'm gonna need a couple people to do this so people can see on both sides, okay? So they can see both. So then,
You want to do it at the same time? You want to do it at the same
yeah,
time?
same time.
So I ain't got.
I'm assuming.
Oh, I ain't under. I ain't got it under.
Huh? You don't have an underhook. It's here. It's be here. So we're over under. This is also called 50-50. But there's also collar and elbow. It's another clinch. That's also 50-50. So it's over under. Okay. You say, well, which foot should be forward? That's going to be in transition. We keep him moving, and we'll get into that in a minute. But I want to put my weight on this side. Okay? Now, if I step, he has to step. I'm pushing him. If I step that foot forward, okay? If I step that foot inside, it causes another reaction. If I step this foot outside, it causes a reaction. His foot moves a certain way. If I step here, it causes a reaction. Now, what he doesn't want and what I don't want is this. I don't want this. I don't want him to get double underhooks on me. He don't want me to get double underhooks on him because you're going to get thrown all over the place. Okay? So, y'all ready? Y'all ready to work this? Yeah. Real quick, I know you got to break out. So to pummel, it's called pummel, Pummel. This is to keep control so they don't get both hands around your waist. When I try to sneak in with my hand at defending his elbow, he's doing the same thing to me.
I'm doing the same thing.
Can y'all see it? On both of us. I'm sneaking in, Akinbobola sneaking in. And Bele sneaking in on me. Once I come around his waist, he comes around my waist on the other side. Now he's going to try to sneak in with his hand. I'm doing the same thing. Then I snake to his waist, he snakes to mine. Y'all got me? I'm trying to get in and be slick. As soon as you feel that person do this, you move with them. That's pummeling. That's allowing you to keep control. You can't pummel all day, so what you do is say, oh, okay, he got me. I move. And then I try to get in quick. He moves quick. All you gotta do is stay calm. He move, you move. You feel what his movements are. You gotta be sensitive. A brother from another school came in one day. He said, "Can I pummel with you, Baba?" Sure. He trying to slick and do a little tapping with the feet. Now, all I gotta do is feel. He said, "Man, how you get so sensitive?" It's just training. Training and keeping it simple. Be simple. Don't be complex. When I see this is swimming. This comes from wrestling, swimming in. This is how you lose timing. And so when you go with moves like that, Greco-Roman loves to do that. I will out-time him all day long. This one dude, he was so strong, young dude, 19. He caught me with a double and was walking me like this. I wanted to feel what he did, but he was so away from me. That's Greco. Because they like to just muscle you, use their strength. I said, I got it now. Pull it in. So you ready to go again? Give me another chance. Said, all right. And he tried to pull that chest back, and when he did, got it. When he straightens that chest up to get distance away, which Greco gonna do, Greco fold, I got you. And then I suplex him. So he like, how you do that? Come to class on such and such, and you shall learn, right? And he would always come to class while I was teaching at this place called Jam, and he would always watch, but he would never touch hands with me again. So we're here, and he should have. Yeah. But the ego got crushed. I was skinny then. I was so skinny when Akinbobola moved in, he just looked at me in disgust. So he said he didn't, but he did.
This is generous pummeling too, because he would normally be
grinding my head against him and everything, but I don't want y'all doing that. They get mad at me. Let my head look like goddamn. I got a headband on, that's my forehead. So I want you to be like that. So y'all work this. Y'all work this from here, and then once you're in here, because he ain't giving it up to you, go ahead. Take it. He ain't giving it up. I don't like that. He ain't giving it up. That, yeah, now you wonder what to do. Yeah. That strike to the throat, and then boom. So now, he ain't gonna know what to do now about the pumping. And you can go under too. Here, that's harder to do because they start thinking you snaking your hand. Right. You can get over because you're already over. In fact, you ain't got to go nowhere. You're right here.
Oh, wow.
Person lock up with you like this, you take it. Person lock up with you like that, boom, get into your throat, take him. Okay? So get with your partner and let's work. Work it. Some people say, sometimes I'll say play with it, don't play with it, work it. That's just a five.
I've never fought.
So,
Yes, you have.
I've seen you fall.
so one hand,
She's seen us do it in class, but didn't do it.
so one hand is on the outside, one hand is on the inside like this.
So watch this. I'm over six. And you're putting your weight. You're putting your weight on that outside arm. So grab it here, the tricep. Yeah.
Right.
This grabs him around the waist.
Want your head on that shoulder right there.
See what he's grabbing there? He's not grabbing with his thumb. His thumb is right there.
Right.
He's grabbing with his fingers.
And what I'm gonna do is the same thing you feel me doing is what you're gonna do. Snaking my hand in like that. I'm gonna do that, and then we go.
Yeah, take it close.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You feel me doing that? You do the same thing like that. And I'm just gonna come back around.
Okay.
Come on, lefty.
There you go.
Come on, lefty.
So put it around the waist. You pummel before, baby.
Say what? Yeah, you wanna be right there. So just like you said,
I'm about to tell her daddy. I'm about to tell her daddy. She said she don't know nothing about no
She
pump.
never seen that before, never in life.
You know, I hate when you say you ain't never seen that.
I don't even know where she got that from.
Where you get that foolishness from?
Oh, good. There you go. There you go. Quick. Get close. Feel me?
Yep, I didn't do that right. Yeah, I sure did. I didn't do that right.
Have y'all seen my daughter? She big, growing woman over there. I
Come
have to introduce
on.
y'all.
There you go.
Hold on the response now. Come on. Hold on the response.
Come on. Work it, y'all. Work with your partner. If you don't have a partner, just imagine you do. Hand around the waist, hand on the arm, snake inside the arm. They snaking inside yours. You grab their waist, and you grab their arm. Now you look to the other side. You don't have to switch feet back and forth right now.
Right.
Okay.
Good. How you trying? Good.
That Peace Mike got rid of my toys a long time ago. No play. Hey, I hear you, I manifesto.
Yep, you definitely.
Peace to the warriors. So many jokes to be made. Yeah, I thought about it when I said it.
Sideways too.
The sneak, yes, you're sneaking in. The headbanger, yes, it's bad when you are pummeling. We used to do it. I used to hate that part of pummeling.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to get you on purpose.
Come on, relax. Don't move. That's it.
Good. See what he did to you was gonna have to happen now because he said that.
I didn't try to kind of real quick.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
She said she's talking about you
So lean onto it. The weight is not on the arm.
You gonna move.
Okay.
As soon as you feel a snake, you snake. And then don't wait for me sometimes. If you snake, then take the other one. Quickly. Okay? But remember, it's a top game and it's a low game too. So I'm moving you with my feet. You're moving me with your feet. So that's how you can mess with my mind, right? So we're here. Good. There you go. Good. Okay. I'm still right now. If I start moving, see your focus goes down low.
Let's keep snaking.
You need to move too.
While
While snaking.
control your upper and lower body.
Oh, you got me.
So when somebody does this, immediately pass that. Which one? There you go. Good. There you go. Good.
With your direction. Okay.
Good. Man, that was great. That was good. That's good. It's good. Oh.
I do that too to people sometimes. That's taking the time to think about it. So it's this. When you do this, you ain't got no control of your back. You gotta. A lot of times we do this because I got this mug anyway. Right. That because that. So you do that again. One common thing out of that. So don't underestimate anybody. Take your fingers and control their back to keep them close to you too, so they can't do that turn on. Got it? So it's key to have your hand pressing their back and not tense. You gotta lay there. You gotta be slick too. You gotta be slick too. You gotta step in.
I was like,
She's trying to leave. She want to leave.
Yeah, she likes to leave. It's that fear of when you
So she ready to get hers on first.
right. Like,
I'm trying to block her off with my arm like that, but I can't do it.
nice. Good.
now I go.
Okay.
Give you one throw with this, then y'all get some water. Try. So from here, remember you're putting your weight down. whether this is in front or in back, this leg is going to come to the front. Okay, to the front, outside his leg. See how now he begins to break down like that? My hand that's in overhook, it's going to reach across, but don't disconnect from it. Reach across, I still connect to his arm, put it behind his leg, so you all can see. I step, go behind the leg, take down.
You can trap my arm in there too.
Right, it's real simple.
That's what we do from the knees, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can see this.
So it's here, step out, that makes his leg go there. Then I come across, I'll lock his leg out. I ain't gotta pull it. I just gotta lock it out, and then I push against his lower hip.
That arm got stuck in there, boy, that's a bad.
So work it, be careful. If you feel that arm too tight, open your arm to release so they don't get elbow snap.
Ooh, that's a bad one.
Y'all got me?
It's a mouse step, right?
Yes, sir. It's here. Right. Cut the corners on him. That's called cutting the corners, as Akinbobola said earlier. So if you high up, some people high with the underhook, you gotta come down to his hip. As you are going down towards his hip, just be pushing. By the time you get there, you fall.
Very similar to that throw out the guillotine. So we take it back.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and work with that. Any questions? Work. I know y'all tired. You get some water, y'all be kicking, flipping.
There you go. Good.
If y'all need water, you know, you're at home, break, get some water, come on back. Get to work. Watch out for the speaker. Watch out for that speaker. I don't want that computer good.
So from here, I'm gonna.
I don't want that computer ball, that speaker. Watch out for the speaker.
Here, and I'm gonna go for this way.
This knee should be
Arm now.
This
Okay.
one first.
That was good. Pull it out. That was good.
Overhook kick.
That was good. You hit your arm with a
Slide your hand across, your arm across.
Well, I had it in here. So when you go, it's like this pull it out. So that was good that you did.
Yeah, you take the best step first.
So,
Right, so let's say you got a long arm, you're gonna do it.
right,
And
yeah.
now,
Just come across.
right,
Caught the corner.
cut the corner, right, that's what took it too long. You gotta cut the corner,
Yeah.
you slide down.
Yeah.
Don't hold on to your arm.
You can. I mean, naturally, some people do. But the key is.
There you go, and that's when you take it. No.
Yeah. It's
You
on.
can do it that way, but
Talking about.
nobody can
Take it out.
really hold it tight.
There you go. Good.
I say, whoop, careful.
That's
You
it.
gotta snap, don't let them your elbow.
You will pick up all this space too. We got some nice and soft too. Ready? One more time.
So be careful, make sure you snap out, man.
She ain't feeling so long.
Woo, and that was hard one, you okay?
I go to tough, bro. This is my
Yeah,
hold on,
okay.
hold on, hold on.
Okay, so I'm gonna miss
This is my daughter, ladies and gentlemen.
My daughter tough, you call me later. Mama, what do I do?
See, she tough. I'm about to go ahead and drill throw it like that did it. No, I'm just kidding. You can try to.
Here, now here.
So we're gonna do it, baby. Now, that foot steps out. And yes, now slide down this waist, take him over here. Yes. Good.
Like how easy it felt like you did that.
That leg, that under leg.
I do my arm, then take that arm out. Got the corner.
Yeah, I'm not, so don't step back, but step out here, that's where you take it. Yes, that's it, yes.
Yes.
Already.
Come on.
Yep.
Good.
I can come down with you.
Yeah. Just chase me if you need it.
Okay.
Good.
Don't step to the foot. Step out there.
One more.
Okay. But you double jointed no matter what you.
Overhook side.
It make your
Go
arm
back,
that.
go back to this.
Yeah.
That corner small.
Good. That's the side. Step this foot that way. And out with the hand behind. Now turn. Yes. Oh. Good. You all right, Graham?
Yes.
A little hobbling going on over there.
I know. That's age thing. Cut the corner. Let me stay. Cut the corner.
That hand up. Very simple.
Yes, that's not perfect. Then you take yes, now put this hand behind you.
I know you're from the Arctic. I know you're talking about
Cut corner, turn that way. Yeah, so here,
I'm letting you get it.
go this side, right? Step, just speak.
Yes. Cut this one. Seems like it gets pretty easy.
Go.
So I'm waiting up.
Very important, so you hear, smells that makes people, that's what they mention.
So, what has to happen is you was having this here, Lord. Right, that's what I'm doing my way. Male step, yep. Yep.
And cut corner, yes. So, reason why he didn't move to step, because there's no weight. There's weight on him here, and you move because you're connected to him.
Okay.
But if I'm just like this, like this, you gotta move. But the weight, you gotta move. That's why I take advantage, because he's on balance already.
That's beautiful.
You all right? Oh, that and
Good.
hydration falls up and down. They got the water. Yeah. Now I go. What's helping me, and it may help when you work out. In that thermos, ginger tea. That helps with my energy. Now, what I probably shouldn't have done, because I'm probably going to be knocked out when it's ginger tea mixed with chamomile, and it's a whole quart of it. So, but that's what's keeping me up. I don't feel dehydrated. But actually, I got enough water. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, Jack. So it's making me take all them throws until tomorrow.
There you go. That crack. I don't know if y'all had it before.
Oh, cracking, that's wrong. That's pretty good.
Order break.
Well, that's what
Yeah, they are.
Good class too,
It's good. Found out that night. I'm trying to say that they left y'all.
that's so bad. That's on my gym.
When y'all didn't think when y'all left I was messed up?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You said it online, you so messed up.
Oh, excuse me. I don't see
Oh, you said, I think they said, I think I jumped. I think I jumped. He said something. I'm not gonna die. That's why I said, no, you're not gonna die. Yeah.
I was sitting in my bedroom like this. I tried to lay down. I couldn't. I just had to stay like this for 2 hours. I keep my head.
All right, y'all. Drink your water. We'll get back into it. We're gonna work in different parts of the world, Philippines, Indonesia, particularly where a lot of people believe okay, there we go. They believe that there was an exchange between them martial arts and things that we do. Similarities, not the same, not sameness. Wherever you go, simply because the human body can only move. Me and my wife were trying outside, and these two brothers came out of this restaurant. They said, "Hey, we do that, you know." One was an 8th-degree black belt, one was a 7th-degree black belt. Said, when did you all start? We do this from one, really. It depends on when the person comes in. You come in working it, you work it. He said, we do this after years. So for them, they do it after 30 years to, everybody think, karate just hard, but they do that to relax themselves and loosen up what they're doing. We do it from the beginning. That's not saying that we better, saying because we're so old. But we're not drill heavy because drill helps your coordination and everything, but not combative. Now, pummeling, but it can help you in combat because it helps you to flow. Pummeling is different. Pummeling is combative. You use that all day long in your self-protection, in actual combat itself. You'll see it in the MMA. You may not pay attention. They pinch up, one pummels, put the other one on the gate, that kind of stuff on the cage. It happens pretty frequently, actually, if you know what you're looking at. So now you'll know. Now you know how it's done. You know exactly what you're looking at now. Okay. See, I wonder if Baba saw the vid of people beating that man up for abusing that puppy. Really? Baby girl warrior in the building. Peace. Appreciate Baba going showing the solo bear hug technique. Yes. And thank you, Big Chill. Let me see. Baba, I didn't see that video of beating that man up for abusing that puppy. Now, abusing the puppy? Damn. MMA is lots of pummeling. Yeah, they do a lot of pummeling.
So you talk about how MMA is scripted because at the same time, when you watch that bare knuckle brawl, people they get thrown knocked out because they end up there faking.
The stuff that what's his name, Kimbo Slice came from, and that's why it got him.
Yeah,
thing like
see that.
Roy got him, Roy Nelson, big, out of shape, white dude, you know, mullet, whooped Kimbo's ass because of the ground. Right. Because he knew the ground, Kimbo didn't. If you don't know a thing, it doesn't mean that Kimbo couldn't bang. It just means he didn't bang there. And so that's what you take for a while so you can get that ring. Whole nother program. You know. I like Kimbo. You know, for as far as but I knew he was gonna be a novelty in that world, man. But he needed the money, so he let himself be that novelty. All right. Let's get to it. Everybody looking tired, so I think I'm gonna. I was gonna do some energy drills.
Get some easy
Right,
stuff.
but I got energized folks. So stand up, baby. So here you all familiar with working. He strikes. Give me 2 straights. You've been doing a lot of hooking. Give me 2 straights, and I'm going to parry. One person that can see the parry. When I'm going to parry. Do not let your hand go past your navel. To be on this side of my navel, but don't let it pass. Don't push it out here. If you do, I punch and he pushes my hand past his navel. All day long, I got him. He pushes fast. Boom, I got him. The same technique. Do not push back, but he doesn't push it fast. I'm my own block. Don't push no more. My hand blocks that. So pay attention. Don't move it. Don't move that hand. I'm gonna stick you in your eye. Can't. It goes past him. Doesn't matter. I want his eye. Doesn't matter. I want his nose. Stop it. Stop it. Next one, I got you. Next one, you're mine now. This one, I'm gonna pop him in his nose. Just cause he did. Oh, I told you, he moved and y'all. Don't do it. Don't do it. Right there. Pushing already. Still pushing the lower hand. That's okay. That's why I'm gonna crack it right there. So now, coming at you. Did it again. Now, so this is what we're gonna have. You do it with family members or whatever. They put the hand up. You're just gonna try to punch them. And step your hand. Put your hand right in line with your nose. You'll try to slowly punch them in the nose. If you feel them move. Pay attention to the feeling. Then after a while, you can put your elbow across that and then tap him on the forehead or something. He already set his hand up right there. Put your hand. Now, there. Good. You did it again. Okay, let me go to the I'll work on that just to open up, and then we're about. What I want to do is this. I'm assuming. But if you're scared, he punches. Give me 2. That's what I want you to do. Move with me. 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 No! I'm not worried about hitting my face as long as that's there. I'm not stupid now. This here, my hand in the way of his face. But if you're not trusting the technique, let me. If I'm not. Well, that's gonna do crazy. Crazy like a box. I know something, okay? You hear? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. All I gotta do is get my hand right you're scared and you push your hand up like this, he's gonna take you, or he's gonna put that hand there and whack you. Got me? But you ain't giving him nothing. Now he gotta reset. I can mess with him. Go there. It's here, but not to go outside of here. That's telling me I gotta do that. So now I know how I gotta move. Right? I'm still safe. Y'all got me? So you're trying to work at when he punches, go for the middle of his arm, not his wrist. If I activate his wrist, that automatically, if I stop his wrist, that activates his elbow. I want to go for the middle of his arm, his arm. Middle of his arm, his arm. Work with your partner. Don't try to do it and make them go. Keep coming, keep coming. That's why I kept messing with you. Right? Give it each other. Let's work. Now I'm not positive. That's he just whispered to me, you better apologize. So that's why the jacket. I'll go ahead and work. Go ahead and work. Now, don't slap. Just move your feet. Right. So these hands just go like that, right around where your navel was. So you shift your feet. Your navel was here. Okay. I shift my hand right about there where it was. So with the other. Okay. Yeah, now don't slap. It doesn't come from feet. And if you want it faster, move your. You can stop. Okay? That's the pair. And then move with the person. Put up on it. I gotta look that video up. He was walking down the street. Tripping. Now they both. I'm trying to. Yes. No. Well, it can be a C hand or it can just be straight. This one is still on, so now that one's freezing. Okay, so sorry about that, y'all. Let's see. Kimbo was a beast of a street fighter. I said yes. Now I got video of the dude beating up the little dog. That's cold. So I don't know. Maybe he deserved to get a beat down with that one. I got to see it. Oh, I'm not for. And I was going to handle some dudes about hurting a pregnant dog. It just was so. Frozen now. That's frozen. I don't know if it's been the best thing for me to handle those dudes because they were like, kick this. So. Parry works well against straight, so do covers. Y'all, rhythm, too much rhythm. I thought like she was doing a homework. All right. So now, adding on, he throws, and then I throw. 1, 2. Okay. Did y'all work on Brown Kid?
Yeah.
He
showed.
Oh, he showed y'all. So, okay. Well, we'll do hand, keep it in hand. 1, 2. From here, throw. So come across this arm, get close in case he tries to lift it up. He's here. Now, if he does it, we'll do it like this. It's easy for you. Give it to me. 1, 2. Then I give it to you. 1, 2. Give it to me. 1, 2. I give it to you. I dip it. Now you good. You get you parry inside, but get that hand out the way. I wouldn't parry like that. It's crossing, but shield.
Oh, okay.
So parry and shield. And I'm sure that parry shield. So from here, he punches. I parry, then I punch. He parries. He punches. I parry. I punch. I may punch with the other hand. Good. Then he may punch with the other hand, and I end up inside. If I end, that's called a shield, though. I got to serving the plate to my own stomach. Give it to me, move it, bang, 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 bang. Come on, bang, bang. Good. Sorry. So move with parry. If you end up on the inside, don't cross to the other side inside. You can get your arms crossed on the track. So instead, go bang, bang. You got me? If I'm inside, you do parry. Make a person parry, you made them pause. Because you really don't parry like while you're moving around, it's gonna be parry, parry, you gotta use your hip. So we move it, parry, parry. So you get parries too much, you got them stop kicks. Okay, that's why this is preferred. He punches this because I'm moving. I can go cover, parry, cover. I can parry, and then boom, kick or knee or whatever within your block. Okay. Yeah. So work with each other. Parry, 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 parry. Go ahead, work. So make it light for you. We got 20 minutes. I'm at 2:45. I'm gonna break us, and then we can do a Q. Anything you want to ask me about martial arts? Boy, self-defense, anything like that. Don't ask me about the secret to immortality or something. I wish I knew it. I move with it. That's what happened. I'm gonna throw y'all over the ropes and y'all go like this.
Whatever foot, just make sure.
Oh, that's right.
Should be like this. Your passion be like that. Don't do it. No. So I'm going 1 and 2 as soon as I finish. You go 1 and 2.
Okay.
That's what you want to do. So you don't want to keep going. Right. So it's 1, 2, I hope. Then you go when you decide. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's you want to do that. But you didn't know the other way.
I don't know where. Yes, sir.
I go. Now, moving in, you want this to be exchanging like that. So now you're going to take it on that 50-50. So we're here, 1, bump, bang, bang, bump, bump, we feel it, bang, bang, bump, bump. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. I could take this side and right? And if you don't respond, then I can go for both sides. There we go. Y'all got it? Yeah, I do it again. Do it so they can see. So now he's punching. This is Mr. Klumsky. Mr. Klumsky. He's punching at me. Mr. Klumsky's punching. Well, Mr. Klumsky, stop. I try to punch him. You guys say, oh shit. Then I cut him and I grab, right? So I'm like, Mr. Klumsky. I knock his hands out the way. I'm already under here and I'm out here. Take it. And now we're in pummeling position. Hey, Mr. Klumsky, you know this too? Mr. Klumsky.
Now we go back to take down a little.
Mr. Klumsky, did you go to work today? I know you work 5 days. What are you on 5 days off? Oh, Mr. Klumsky. So you want me to call the title, huh, Mr. Klumsky? I ain't gonna give you the same. So you're there. So work that with the person. 1, jump, bump, 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 bump. When you do it, you can take it. Bang, 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 Try not to. Go ahead. So if you do that, right, it was going under. So let that be your under. Take it. So now, right, you're there. I got to fight that underhook.
You can get both doubles.
Right, you get both. Take it. Position. Y'all got me? You can. So if you go for both, try to swing your hands in and take both. You better be. Otherwise, you get both. Y'all got it? If you get both, you can take the. Go ahead, work. Mr. Clancy used to drive around our neighborhood a lot, and we run from Mr. Clancy's ass. I hope you did too. I know you sounded really soft right now. You're right. You're welcome, Kyra. A way to stable legs to keep from being. Once they're moved, no, because they're in motion. So this is why the third person, you move a certain way first. You move the leg, then take the leg. Just take it while they're standing there, because then you can stabilize, right? You got to have them moving so they're off balance. Yes, hand goes behind the leg. It can't. So I'm here. It's whatever. So this is I'm trying to get them. Both of them are trying to go. So right, exactly. It requires you to think. Once I get both hands, you got to think. If you don't, I got you. Yes, it helps you find your opening for the bear hug. Exactly. If you have the bear hug on the person, now you can push your head in, pull their waist to you, use your head against their chest, and that takes them down. You can sit down and take them over, which is a suplex. You can do from there. You can take it around the leg, or just, you can put your leg out, take them over your leg. There's a lot of once you have what's called double underhooks. That's why you fight so they don't get it. You pummel so they don't get double underhooks on you, and you try to get double underhooks on them. I go on pummeling. Find the point of pummeling when you have the person. You see where his head is? You put your head here. And I put my head like right. I try to get my chin on their tricep. I'm looking up. Some people they go back here, but that there, that's more sport. You can get tore up, and great sport people don't do that. Be here on here, but try to get you in there. Don't be choking yourself, right? And then you put your shoulder in his shoulder. And now you put that weight down. Trying to put that weight down, he can put it on me too. So see, he's trying more forward with your shoulder. More forward with this shoulder. Yeah, that's it. Because now, did y'all see my feet are off the toes off the ground? That means I'm off balance. That will force an adjustment. When I try to adjust, that's when you take it. Those subtleties mean things. See how he just moved? Oh, I just moved my shoulder. Okay. Now if I move my shoulder and move him forward there, and with the talked about, he has to move. That's when I got him. Okay. He's punching, and I'm here, and I decided to take him. I'm reaching for double underhooks. I'm trying to grab him around his waist, or bear hug him, as Big Chill says, right? I'm trying to bear hug him. have to think so he doesn't get bell hugged. And now he got that hand underneath and one on the right. He has to switch sides, but it's cool because I need too. Even if he didn't switch sides, we just like this. This is wrong. The way we stand, so we both are balanced, and we both communicate.
Right, we gotta get
On
right.
this side, we both got to be on balance. You might be like, I'm gonna get you. I'll smash you, and you just pummel with him like, no, and just stay relaxed. So it goes from here. This is a striking phase, right, or striking mode to grappling mode instantly. And then boom, boom, back to striking and grappling, right? Then we back out, and we back at it again. Okay, that's how fighting takes place. And if you're not prepared to pummel, be prepared to go down to the ground. That's what he's taking you. Going under hooks, I'm gonna get thrown. Now you don't want to do that. I take the simple, just lower your legs, head in here, push my jaw back, and I go down. That's hip thrust takedown. Or the hips to me. To suplex, number one, if you try to do it like school rep, go ahead. You're not. But you know, I just put. So you double, you your weight and my weight.
Wow.
All you do, because it doesn't come from up here. Grab. Sit down. Sit down. That's sit. No, sit down.
Oh.
Right now, that is how you do it. That's how you do it. It got nothing to do with lifting up and sitting down. That don't go up, it goes down. So you just sit down. Remember, this is made by women. You think women were 7% of in the grappling part for sure. You think women,
But the Ultimate Warrior always.
it's just sit down. I went over. You just sat down and I can't do nothing but.
Intelligent.
And it you're working too hard.
Yeah.
It's not it. Still Trump moving all day long. Okay.
Close to that.
So go. We got 8 minutes. Any questions?
Take it to, it's a delayed.
So much that video is fuzzy. Yeah, it's all kinds of issues in this area. We thank y'all for hanging with us.
Yes, Carl. We appreciate you.
Any questions?
If we ever come back to this location again, we'll make sure we have our own Wi-Fi or something to make sure. Yeah, we'll be on a private yacht, private yacht next time. We're gonna give some time because we know it's a delay in the so give you a couple
any questions from you all or Ben, anybody? Marshall, question? It doesn't have to be about what was today, but I hope so.
I'm thinking,
We got 7 minutes.
It don't matter what.
I said Marshall question.
No.
How you make 8 children? Well, you don't know I'm not even. So what?
I was gonna say because of just the drawing of how to pull.
How to pull. Now, first of all, did I teach any of y'all to pull a knife?
deploy.
Yeah, deploy a knife. I thought none of y'all would pull it. I can pull. Now, you shouldn't have a knife if you aren't working the most important part of having a knife. But deploying, well, after you can't get out your pocket, get another knife. Get out your pocket now to open it under stress and duress. Little tricky to make it open quick, right? That's nice, but under stress and duress, I've seen people. All you gotta do is press the bad boy, but they so spare. And now it's too late. The person coming at you. Now this bad boy paperweight. Okay, so don't have no shame and oh shit, open that with 2 hands. If the stress is there, so that is good.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is draw, like how to get it out. I know that, yeah, but
Well, you know how to get it out.
pulling,
So
I guess to get it out without snatching and throwing your knife.
you don't, and especially that, you almost your damn toe. So when you draw a knife, is put your thumb in it. If you have a whole knife, we ain't talking about a big blade, just pull that bad boy out the sheet. That's why you should have a whole knife. Fixed blade is this. It's a fixed blade. It's already out when you pull it. It's ready. But the folder is more concealed, so thumb goes behind the tool. Okay? Other four fingers squeeze it. Not squeeze now. Just enough to hold it and you pull out your pocket. When you pull that out your pocket, step forward, open it, and point. Once it's at this 45-degree angle in front of you, shielding you, that's deployed. That should happen within a second.
So what about the karambit?
Now, with a fixed blade karambit or a folding karambit? Oh, you got a folding karambit. Okay, cool. So, oh shit, you ain't got no clip. Oh, snap. Okay, so that clip, you open it with it. It doesn't have a. It does have this, Now, with the out the clip, or it doesn't have a wave where you pull it and opens up out your pocket. So nothing wrong. That's what I'm saying. Nothing wrong with two-hand deployment. So this here, just open it. It's ready to work. So, but this, now you don't have to hold that 45 degrees in front of your face. This is 45 degrees, yes. So it's still 45 degrees. So what we're talking about is, if you pull this karambit, it's 45 degrees in front of my face. The other one, the blade's pointing up this way, is 45 degrees. Karambit is down and working it, okay? I would hold it, really, you can hold it here or you can hold it here because you use it. Whatever. So you can hold it in front of you here. I hold it here just because I'm going all that time, but all that. So, but man, get a clip to that bad boy if you can.
Yeah, I got hold it. Carl was saying without this large.
Yeah. Oh. So this is switching, so it's left or right. This is 30. The good thing about these karambit is if you think you can bash, just be careful for yourself. With this, with the karambit, just with this circle, put your first, second digit in there. You won't be able to manipulate it well, but don't listen to it when people say they'll jam your finger up. Who the hell grabbing this karambit to jam? They're gonna get ate up. So you don't have to worry about that. You just want to be able to be more versatile if you have it right there. That's all. But yeah, okay, grab this karambit with my finger. That is ridiculous. That's unrealistic. And this, any other question? I can give yourself a hand. This was just a commemoration. We call it a commitment to self-protection, because the one thing about the training, I ain't just doing this because I'm having fun. I'm doing it because it's necessary for myself, my family, my people to be able to protect themselves. And if I know it and don't teach it, why the hell did I learn in the first place? Okay. And I was actually asked that question by my father. You know it, if you don't teach it, Why the hell do you know anything? It was when I decided I'm just gonna teach my family, and that's it. So it was him and his brother. Listen, Stan McKinney brought me to his martial arts school, asked me to show some students some things. When I walked in there and looked on the wall, he had Muhammad Ali, love, but Ali not a martial artist. He had Arthur Ashe. These people, different great athletes. I said, man, why don't you have martial arts? He said, they got me. They don't have no African martial arts they can look up.
Hey.
And I knew that was at me. And so that, and when my father asked me that question, that's what made me go back to teaching.
Wow.
Been teaching ever since I was in my young 20s, man, like about 22, 23. Been teaching ever since.
So,
Because that made complete sense. Like, dang, I don't give it to these youth and adults. They'll think, especially when you got these brothers on here just talking about Taekwondo and MMA,
not y'all, but you
then they're not going to know even defend ourselves long before else. You know, in fact, in class once a student said to me, you know, Papa, we more he ain't with us no more. I mean, he's alive. He ain't with us. he says, you know, everything revolutionary come from black people here in America. That's not revolutionary. That's how you act your mind. This is a bike throughout the United States and deliver mail. Yeah. I said, are you kidding me? Were you in class at the time? I said, Priest Lumumba. Have you ever heard of him?
That's the importance of
Have you heard of
politics. Do you realize Marcus Garvey wasn't even from?
He was just saying from the country, wasn't no revolution or sisters. I said, dude, you.
That's the importance of politics.
That lets me know you can't just stop teaching until you really not able to teach them. Because our people need it. Goddamn.
Manifest is called wave technology. The quick
Yes,
snap
the
out.
quoting in this wave, talking about the knife.
Yeah.
This isn't wave. So this is just a piece. If you open a knife, you'll see it on this side. It's just it was smart. They put this piece on the side of the knife, so when you fold it, you just press it and it opens it up.
Right. This is wave. It's attached to my
Now this knife here,
pops all up.
that's $180 on sale.
Yeah, that's
Don't do that to
titanium.
yourself.
It's balling like
No,
Bob.
I'm not balling. I just when I see a knife, and I know this is titanium. When I see a knife that has got good combat application, I gotta get that.
Jacqueline M.
Class in the Maserati.
Exactly. You drive a Maserati. That stretch Maserati.
I came to class in a Range Rover, and it was Akinbobola who drove me. So
Jacqueline M. Jackson.
What about the voice phantom?
Jacqueline M. Jackson
What
said.
about when I saw that picture with you with Steven Spielberg?
Jackson said. Jacqueline M. Jackson says, "I don't think advertising this is a good idea, but it's out there now." Why do you say that? Why don't you think it's a good idea? Political education must have manifest. Let us know what we're supposed to be fighting for while we're warriors. So Jacqueline M. Jackson said that she doesn't think it's. I don't think advertising this is a good idea, but it's out there now.
Advertising what?
You mean the martial arts, or you mean something that we said? What exactly do you mean?
Probably wave technology.
Oh, the wave and it.
I guess. So wave technology, so you know it's patented. Right.
Yeah, so this is an Emerson, even though they're not the people who actually.
Right. I'm not gonna say the name of the people who did it. Or did you already say the name?
I didn't say the name of the people who did it.
Okay, so yeah, they lease wave technology to other companies.
Right. So you can get a cheaper knife with the wave on it. You can get the original.
Oh, now when I say this is $180, I'm not advertising. I'm saying don't pay that kind of money for this.
Right.
I do, but do not. I will also pay easily $10,000 for a firearm if I could afford $10,000 for a firearm. Don't get me twisted. My daughter waiting. But I know the value of these things I'm not saying you do it. Shoot, if you can only afford $100 firearm, buy that bad boy. I'm not mounting you, because that means you got a high point pistol, and those are garbage. But if all you can afford, I would tell you honestly, if you can only afford a high point pistol, get yourself a baseball bat. It's more valuable. It'll do more damage.
Thank y'all. We appreciate y'all
Thank y'all
tuning
so
in
much.
for us staying.
Y'all safe for the weekend.
Happy 50th back to school.
Oh, thank you.
Barbara, have a 50th training.
And we will see you all next week. Make sure you check out TV. Kalanji's right here. He has all kinds of people interviewing it. Shoot, you ain't careful. You're gonna be on there. And I'm talking about all y'all. Right side TV, he get all the celebrities. I'm like, how in the world? Black History self-defense, or as self-defense.
Fastest
Dr. Chadmois.
the fastest folding knife in the world is only going to be as fast as you are, actually. So it don't really matter if it's, but
Yeah,
that's a great knife. Though, so you can,
check it out. Check out Jackie Lukeman with Lukeman Nation. I mixed with Jared Ball. For some reason, his picture's in our corner there, but that's cool.
Jared, you set us up putting your picture. So you're usually goodbye too, Bob. You got to tell them.
Who?
Were you usually?
Oh, of course I am. With Dr. Jared Ball. Who else we have? Remix Morning Show.
Ear doctor and mild classes.
Yeah, ear doctor and come out. Please come to class. You know, and throw down and maybe even share some techniques with us.
100% just having y'all.
Ear doctor Sundays. Check it out on Sundays. And then we are on Remix Morning Show on Thursdays when we can make it.
Classes every Monday right here.
And classes Monday, Sundays online, Mondays right here at and online at Train or Die.
Appreciate you, Big Till.
What's about it? That's thank you all so much. Love y'all. Stay black or whatever it is that you are. Peace.
Peace.
Hey, when you turn it up,
All right. Somebody said, "What is picture doing now?" It's cool.